Oh. Okay, we might as well start off with this, since some level of preparation is in order, and that is something that I might do on my own time. Sort of, kind of on my own time, publicly. Paganism. The misunderstood specter of paganism. I feel the pain. Okay. Setting this up. Oh gosh. What a bald man. We're setting this up here. Steam. Sanabi is streaming 22.6k viewers. Interesting. 22.6k viewers on Hasanabi. Huh. Hmm. 4.6 hours. Not bad. Oh, damn. Might as well change the title now. Hmm. Hmm. So, this person.
If you've got cancer medication, I would take it preemptively now, because this could get bad.
Chemotherapy.
Hello?
Chemotherapy.
Yo.
Hello? You're indoors. What is happening here?
Yeah, I actually have a place that I live in. Surprise!
Well, no, it's just that... look, I don't want to be rude, but, like, you've done all of your previous ones in an alleyway. So, like...
You're
I don't
being
think
a bit.
that's not out of order for me to suggest, is it?
You're
like
being
you were
a bit rude.
previously in an alleyway. Like,
a
I'm
bit
not...
rude.
I'm not trying to be rude.
A bit rude.
The alleyway was
Just a bit rude.
great place to actually record. I just wasn't able to use that as space to them.
Oh, okay. Why is that? Were two cats having a fight in the alleyway, or what was happening there?
It has a great background. It's really dark, you know. It really brings out the dark Yankee Tanky aesthetic.
True. It's very Halloween.
Wonder what's his current aesthetic.
Anyway,
Very
so,
sweet.
hello there, Yankee Tanky. Do you go by Mr. Tanky, or can I call you Yankee?
You can call me whatever you want. Just don't call me late for dinner.
I won't do. I won't do that. Yes. So, do you want to tell everyone about you? Who are you and what you do?
Well, I'm the Yankee Tanky, big gold communist, as you might know.
Not a communist anymore.
I was the guy who put out that Medium article on Caleb Maupin. Not here to talk about that, but that's why most people.
Kevin Logan. Yeah, we're watching that one. In preparation. Not a communist anymore, apparently. And also not a Yankee Tanky anymore. So we'll see what the aesthetic will be now.
people know me.
Yeah.
Beyond that, though,
There are a few things that I would like to sort of touch upon along the way here. Things like paganism, which seems to be extremely misunderstood as a concept in the US. I've seen a few debates of this former Yankee tanky person, and the topic of paganism has sort of cropped up time and time again, which means I'm gonna have to explain it not from a perspective of a religious scholar, but from a perspective of a person from a country in which certain pagan, quote unquote, rituals are ingrained into everyday culture. Former Yankee Tanky's claim was that paganism is Nazism, which would make every single Eastern European country inherently a Nazi country, which I'm not sure if that's a reasonable claim to make.
I'm part of the infrared community, kind of to an extent. I'm, I guess, just your everyday communist within the Western world in the 21st
Everyday
century.
communist.
Okay. So, I've listened to your watched, I suppose, your conversations with both Vosh and Dylan Burns, and I suppose it would be fair to ask you at the start of this.
I've watched all of these.
Besides America Bad, what is it you actually believe?
Well, let's first off and start with, it's not that America
Is the audio
bad.
okay?
It is
The audio seems low. The audio feels low. Let me check something real quick.
the American
Audio
imperialist program.
feels
When you talk about the people, when you talk
Also, I'm gonna have to pause, because when I speak as the video is on, it just ends up being me and the video at the same volume, so nobody will be able to hear neither me nor the video, probably.
talk about the land, when you're talking about the ethos of what it should be America, that is what I'm for. I'm in support of that. So that would be one thing that you need to acknowledge. You know, I used to consider myself a patriotic socialist.
So it has nothing to do with communism at the end of the day. Maybe that's why he calls himself just an American now. But then he said that he's not communist anymore because it's an unpopular idea in the US, which is interesting considering that communism as a concept and socialism as a concept are not exactly schools of thought that were built on their popularity in their contemporary time. People did not pursue socialism historically because it was popular. So I'm not sure what's going on. What's going on there?
Nowadays, I mean, I would just call myself communist because communism is inherently patriotic. But with that being said, I'm an anti-imperialist, and what that
means... what? Communism is inherently patriotic? That makes no sense, since communism is international and beyond borders. It's the workers of the world unite. Workers of all countries unite.
Because communism is inherently patriotic.
I have no clue how communism is inherently patriotic, but I guess there's no point in even interrogating that, since the person has renounced quote unquote communism. So I guess there's no point in even sort of getting into that.
But with that being said, I'm an anti-imperialist, and what that means is I stand against the global neoliberal order. That means not imperialism as much of breadtube describes, but instead what I view is the transatlantic trade system.
Okay. You say you're anti-imperialism, but why do you therefore
So
support?
anti-imperialism in his mind, from all the debates that I've watched, means I don't even know if he holds any of these beliefs still, but imperialism to him is one brand of having of being a hegemon, a dominant force in the world and on the economic stage. Which is strange because he called countries which were empires and were hegemons on the economic stage in the world in their own time. He said that they were not empires, actually, or that they were not imperialist, even though they were absolutely the hegemons in their own time of the economic system in the world. It's just that there was more than one player participating in that sort of control.
Or countries invading other countries?
Like I said, I believe that's a transatlantic trade system. I do not apply imperialism to any other country outside of the trade Atlantic
So
But
is so
explain,
you literally are just
but
doing America bad then, because no one else would be capable of
no,
doing
no.
imperialism then.
Again, I love the people and the land.
All
Like
right.
you can't say hate America because what really is America is the American working class. It's not the ruling class elite.
Okay, but you realise that, like, I don't know, tens of millions of people voted for people that you would consider to be the imperialists, right?
Yeah, and that's because of propaganda. That's McCarthyism. That's the COINTELPRO.
what does McCarthyism? What does McCarthyism have to do with anything here? Also, that's a thing that I might talk about a bit more later as time goes on. But this person sort of will not recognize Russia as a country engaging in imperialistic action. Which, by the way, I still am wondering if the person holds that belief to this day. Even though the person often in all the free and all the debates with all three people, the person Yankee ex Yankee Tanky expressed this sort of sentiment of Russia is not in control of the global economy, therefore it cannot be an empire. The problem with that, of course, being that Russia is building up towards reconstructing itself as an empire, and its ambition is actually to control the global economy. So, if Russia is actively working towards that goal and trying to overtake countries that would move it towards that goal, an empire building project, so to speak, then isn't that in itself imperialist action, even by its own definition? If Russia is actively building towards becoming a hegemon when it comes to the global economy, just because it's not there yet, or it might fail to do so, it doesn't sort of change the nature of what it's doing, would be my argument in this thing. Yeah, but the problem is that even from his own definition, even from his own standpoint, Russia clearly meets the criteria because Russia is moving towards becoming exactly that, an empire with control over the strings of a global economy. That is Russia's ambition at the end of the day. Soviet Union absolutely did. Soviet Union was in a stronger position, and just because Russia is now weaker than the Soviet Union, it doesn't mean that, like, it's just trying to rebuild its own position. It's trying to go back to being a much more influential player in the region. So by his own definition of what imperialism and empires are, Russia would fit the bill. It's just not. It's just that Russia is not the place that it would like to be, but it doesn't mean that it's not working towards that actively. Yeah. I mean, he's probably not gonna talk about Lenin because he says he's not a communist anymore. So I'm not sure what definition. I don't know what his definition of imperialism would be now. Since he renounced all of his communism, quote unquote, then I guess I will have to ask him, do you still believe this? Do you still believe that? Do you still believe that, you know, USSR even engaged economic exploitation with Warsaw Pact countries? I mean, that was the whole point of having those countries under its control. That was the whole point of having the um, Warsaw Pact, apart from it being anti-NATO, but to sort of extract the resources to Mother Russia. That's the whole point of having a strong grip on Ukraine, because resources, it's resources and power that that region can give to Prussia. If Russia can get a hold on Ukraine, then it can suddenly become the breadbasket of Europe and the world, or the world. It can suddenly have a huge hold on the food market at many and many other things, since Ukraine is not short on resources. Ukraine is a pretty vital element to the empire building ambition of Russia, I would say. Apart, of course, from all the wild ideological sort of elements to the whole invasion. Yeah. After all, Poland was supposed to receive some sort of compensation from the USSR because Poland couldn't get the Marshall Plan or reparation from Germany, but that sort of never materialized in a meaningful way. Surprise, surprise. And that extraction trade often was made to the benefit to the USSR, but not their trade partners. Well, that's also can be sort of that can also be explained in a pretty logical way, since the USSR wanted to keep its partners in a relatively weak position in order to be able to keep them under their thumb. That is why the Marshall Plan was not accepted. That is why the reparations to Poland were not accepted, because if Poland received the Marshall Plan and the reparation, that would mean that Poland would become a bit too strong independently of the USSR to its liking. It was also about power and control over those countries. If you allow independent trade, independent anything, then that means that suddenly those countries are sort of starting to move away, which is of course also what the whole deal with Ukraine was. That Ukraine must be within the sphere of influence. And by that, Russia means, of course, it must continue to serve Russia's interest, first and foremost. Right? Which is a pretty imperialist idea, if you ask me. It is a pretty imperialistic modus operandi. In one of the debates that I've heard of Yankee Tanky, when he was still Yankee Tanky, he actually said that the German Empire was not an empire, which I would love to hear if he still thinks that the German Empire was not an empire. Wonderful, wonderful things. I wonder if he's still gonna debate me. He just disappeared. He added me on Discord. We DM'd a bit. We set it up on for 12. He said here in the chat that it's gonna be the most exciting stream that I'll ever have. And that's it. So we'll see. We'll see if anything comes of it. And I'm still tempted to go to that city. Which name I keep forgetting. The names. The one where the doctor lecture is gonna take place. A medic. A volunteer medic who has been treating Ukrainian soldiers since 2014. His record states that he has helped 500 people to not die during these years at least. Of course, he probably lost some patients along the way since soldiers and all and fighting. I'm really interested in hearing what he has to say, and also potentially maybe after the lecture I could get a one-on-one word in from the person. That would be probably a big boon. Bydgoszcz, that's the city. Bydgoszcz. Would have to go to Bydgoszcz, which apparently takes plus minus 3 hours on the train. So I would have to get on a train tomorrow, calculate it so I would go and make it to the lecture, have my talks or whatever, if that's possible, and then leave right away and go back on a train here and do the streaming thing, possibly debate if the person is still up to the debate. So that's the plan. That is the plan. That is the plan. Possibly the plan for tomorrow. But I still have time to think about it. I'm still thinking if it's wise of me to just go to listen to us. I mean, it is a very interesting lecture. So it actually might be a good idea to go. And I could make it here back on time, technically speaking. It'd be a bit tight, but I would make it. No problem. I think. $22K viewers. Hassan Piker. I'm trying to find my target, but I just can't seem to. I just can't seem to find my target. Unfortunate. Oh. Oh. Another.
That is MK Ultra.
That
is you can name a million different things that the U.S. imperialists have done to control and manipulate the population.
Okay, but okay. My point is rather more that your definition of imperialism is wrong, like fundamentally incorrect. Like you cannot possibly believe that what Russia is doing in Ukraine, for instance, is not imperialism.
It's incredibly based, is what it is.
It's imperialism.
Incredibly based.
It's imperialism.
It's incredibly based.
In what possible respect is it based?
Incredibly.
This is what I find fascinating about you. Actually, do you not see why you fell into the Caleb Maupin cult? Because you just enjoy repeating mantras. It doesn't have to be about anything, does it?
I supported getting out of the movement and into the masses to talk to the real working class in this country.
What, like Caleb Maupin? What are you talking about? Like, it's a cult.
I was 100% legitimate in everything that I did. Caleb Maupin was a sex pest that betrayed us. Two totally different things.
Yeah, I know. I grant that, and I'm not suggesting you've done anything like that. The Caleb Maupin.
I mean, I'm going to be debating him tomorrow.
The reason you fell into that cult, and the reason that you're now trying to join the Has infrared cult.
I'm going to be debating him tomorrow, so I'm preparing. I'm preparing myself for the debate tomorrow, mentally and physically.
It's because you enjoy repeating mantras, don't you? You enjoy repeating just sentences that don't really mean anything.
The cult of Ukraine. The cult is of the Western imperialists. That is the real cult.
No. I oppose Western imperialism. I oppose NATO.
Yes.
I'm not like you're not going to get me on that.
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes.
You're just saying the word yes repeatedly. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I'm surprised you haven't air filleted and suggested I'm sucking Vladimir Zelensky's dick so far. This is...
No, because I watched your fucking review of the debate and found out you're a degenerate that gets hard over this shit, so we're not going to be talking about the degeneracy.
How can we not talk about the degeneracy? Look at us. Obviously we're going to talk about degeneracy. Why wouldn't we?
No, we're not.
We're not.
You might, because you get fucking hard on this shit.
I'm alright. I am. You are such a pretty man. I am erect. Yes, this is true.
Well, at least this time, unlike in the review, you admit that I'm actually fucking sexy as fuck. I mean, look at this luscious beard. Luscious. Fucking luscious.
I just want to point out for everyone, we are not the same human being. Okay? I know we look alike. We're both ugly, fat internet slobs.
I don't look anything like me. I'm actually a fucking beast. And meanwhile,
Caleb Maupin still a
you're like
thing?
some ugly fatso.
Does that person still exist in the public sphere?
You're literally fatter than me. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, it's not the time.
Yes, you're cutting out. Sorry, what was that?
My ex-roommate was calling me in the middle of this fucking debate, so just ignore the ringing you might have heard or the cutting out.
Okay. So, if a country invades another country in order to seize territory, is that not imperialism?
It can be.
No, it isn't.
Correct.
So America invading Iraq was not imperialism.
It
It
depends.
was imperialism. Well, imperialism is defined by the transatlantic trade system.
No, it isn't. It's never
Yes,
ever
it-
been. Okay.
I mean, it depends. A country can, for example, invade a different country to get back territory that it's lost in the past. In which case, would it still be imperialism? Like, for example, if a country gets invaded, it loses territory, and then years later, it attacks back to get. It invades the country that defeated it years before to get back its territory. Which was a thing that happened on the regular in Europe. Countries just attacking one another and trading territory back and forth. Oh, I don't think Callan Maupin is a factor at all. I think he's gone. I think Callan Maupin is just gone. Done. He's interesting. I saw his debate with Vosh. Sex pest. Callan Maupin. Caleb Maupin, the sex pest.
Okay, well, how do you explain that imperialism happened before that existed then?
It didn't exist.
The transatlantic trade system has existed for what, 400 or so years. I mean, it started with the British, and then after the
but
second.
imperialism has existed for thousands of years. Long before Europeans had crossed the Atlantic, imperialism existed.
Not true. You're wrongly defining imperialism.
No, I'm not. The Roman Empire was an empire, my dude.
You're defining it by your bread tube logic. I'm defining
Red
it
tube logic.
by what the material reality is. And the material reality is that you have countries like the United States, France, the United Kingdom, Belgium, the Netherlands, like Spain,
You do have
Portugal.
those countries.
These are
They
the
exist.
imperialists. China is not imperialist. Russia is not imperialist.
China is imperialist. Yes, it is.
Russia's
But
not imperialist.
regardless of that, imperialism. Look, it's so strange to me that both you and I think certain other people who would describe themselves maybe as tankies, you don't cede any intellectual ground by admitting that other people can engage in imperialism. Like
if
other
I could
countries,
concede ground if, say, another country works with the imperialists on the
Imperialism is not
basis
exactly just
of trying to
that thing done
extract
by
wealth
individual
from the
people.
global south and the far east.
hang on, but is Ukraine not a part of the global south?
No, it is not.
It's not.
It is working on. It is trying to work as a proxy state to extract the wealth of Russia.
To extract the wealth of Russia? How is Ukraine extracting the wealth of Russia?
By refusing to allow trade between Germany and Russia.
How is it possibly able to do that, considering you could just go through Belarus and Poland?
To Germany from Russia.
Well, no, you wouldn't need to do that either, because you got Kaliningrad. Ukraine couldn't stop that. Literally, they
True.
couldn't stop it.
Which is why you have the U.S. imperialists that are they bombed the gas pipeline, the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipeline.
Well, I thought that was actually, it wasn't a bombing. I thought it was the British Navy, apparently, according to Vladimir Putin.
The U.S. terrorist attack.
Well, you and Vladimir Putin seem to have a very different view of this, because he claimed it was the British Navy that did that. So you need to get your RT talking points a bit more in order, my friend.
The British Navy are just effectively an arm of the U.S. imperialists.
That's been true for the last 8 years, but regardless, you clearly didn't know that because you haven't been following the story, have you? Did you even watch what Vladimir Putin said the other day?
Basically the British
Oh my
operate
gosh.
for the benefit of the
So
U.S.
this person
imperialists.
doesn't really check
That's the
anything
facts of the
before.
situation.
Yeah, well, no, that's... I mean, again, you won't get any disagreement with me on that.
I'm not
Britain
sure
is
if there
essentially
is-
the 51st state. It's pathetic. But regardless, I know your Kremlin talking points better than you know them at this point, which is a bit sad, actually.
Correct.
I don't know if there's any if that's still the stance of the person about things. I don't know if there's even point if there's a point in discussing actual events or specific things, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if there's a point to that, if that's like the belief, if that makes sense. This whole thing might need to be approached from a different angle. I might have to invoke my inner teacher for that discussion. And you'll see exactly what I mean when we get to it. You'll see exactly what I mean. Hopefully. We'll see if that actually happens. To watch him. Used to
What?
watch
You didn't even know that? I just informed you that it was Britain, according to Putin. You didn't even know that. You said it was America who bombed it.
Shut the fuck up! Okay, so
The singing begins.
I wonder if he still sings.
So the British imperialists, okay,
Yes.
no longer maintain their dominance within the transatlantic trade.
Well, hang on. Are we even imperialists then?
So the whole reason I'm not arguing on the basis of what you're calling Kremlin talking points or whatever is because I'm actually an independent person. I'm not some sort of Russian propagandist. I just support Russia because they're right. Does it mean that I agree with everything that comes?
Well,
from
no. You
no.
just say you don't follow the news. That's fine.
Are the lead of the transatlantic?
But can I just say, if
it's America.
If we're being dominated by America, surely we're not imperialists anymore. Then we're being exploited. We're the exploited here then in Britain.
No, we are like the worst.
I don't mean to be rude, by the way, but I wonder if he'll see this statement that I'm making right now. But if the beliefs and attitude, because he did say in a video when he was ending the Yankee Tanky or whatever that a lot of those over-the-top behaviors were just his character. So supposedly he will act differently now, but I guess my question is, I guess my statement is that if his behavior and beliefs will be just as here and the other couple of debates, then I had rowdy children as students and my teacher career. So I'll just treat him like that, I guess. Which includes not really arguing with the rowdy child, if that makes sense. I don't really argue with a rowdy child. You need a different sort of approach, which sometimes just involves letting them vent their emotions, I guess. With some of the behaviors, I get reminded of the class of kindergartners that I had. Which is a strange thing to say, but it actually did. And sometimes the best way to deal with them would be to let them get certain things out of their system. You know? Sometimes it's just best to let people... Some of the debates were... This one is not even the strangest one. Lost Birthright. Can you link it? Lost Birthright. His lost birthright. Is it after he stopped being the Yankee Tanky? The birthright thing? That sounds strangely interesting.
Working class
Strangely
are exploited for
fascinating.
sure, but the ruling class, those the globalist elites that control all these economic
Lost
systems,
birthright.
they're the ones who are exploiting us.
Right, no, that again, that's fine, and that's a lovely dodge of what I was actually saying. Even the ruling class in Britain are being oppressed by the ruling class in America, if we're just the puppets of them, surely.
With the American imperialists, they are not oppressed by the American imperialists.
So they have freedom of action, by which they can do things by
Kevin
themselves.
Logan sounds like Christopher Hitchens
To a certain
lot, by the way.
extent, they are able to do that.
So how do you know we didn't bomb the Nord Stream pipeline independently, then?
Really
Because the
sounds like
British are the ones that
You're
the US
just
are using.
Hitchens.
making things up. You didn't know that that's what Vladimir Putin had claimed, and now you're giving me reasons for a thing that 2 minutes ago you didn't even know was claimed.
Okay, so just because the British imperialists are not doing everything the American imperialists
See this? I think this is a mistake. Okay, my inner teacher is telling. My inner teacher is saying that this is a mistake, and I've seen this mistake done by everybody that's debated this person, getting mad at the things that he is saying. You know? Which is sort of, maybe it's just, maybe because we were just talking in the chat, but I just didn't really get angry even at the silliest things that he said, like that Poland doesn't exist. That Poland is not a real thing. Those statements just sound so silly that I'm not even 100% sure if the person is saying them seriously or not. I can just tell you one thing. The Yankee Tanky / whoever he calls himself now, he tries the patience even of the most patient of people, which is interesting to see. That people that usually are pretty patient during debates and conversations sort of lose it with this guy. And so far there's no exception to that. Everybody that debated him sort of lost their patience with him. I haven't seen an exception to that yet. I guess that's an interesting aspect, isn't it? I wonder if he did that deliberately or not. If he did that deliberately, then that would be pretty interesting. Trying to rile people up to get them angry with him. Do you think he actually did it consciously? Actually, I'm trying to recall if Vosh lost his patience with this guy when they debated. I'm not actually 100% sure if Vosh lost his patience.
wants doesn't mean that there isn't some things that they are doing because it benefits both the British imperialists and the American.
You have zero knowledge of this fucking action.
Yes, I do. You're a fucking dweeb. You're a loser.
You didn't even know. I just told you it 2 minutes ago, and now you're trying to explain it to me.
And Lloyd.
I am an Angloid, yeah, and so are you.
Angloid. Shut the fuck up, Angloid. No one asked you, Angloid.
You're one of the few people in the world whiter than me. You don't get to make that claim. Has is credible. Has is credible when he does it.
Anti-Semite.
You are an anti-Semite, that is true. Undoubtedly.
Anti-Semite. You're the one who was anti-Semitic.
Jesus.
Dude, you said Hitler was Jewish. What fucking planet are you on?
You're the anti-Semite, Angloid. You are.
Explain to me how Hitler was Jewish.
Angloid.
How was Hitler Jewish? How was Hitler Jewish? How was Hitler Jewish? He wasn't an Angloid, he was Austrian. He was actually Austrian.
Angloid. Angloid.
Jesus.
How was Hitler Jewish?
Is this going to happen?
He wasn't, he was Austrian!
Is this going to happen in our conversation?
Okay, so I'll take it. You just accept defeat then on that one. Okay.
Well, let me tell you, my friend, I do love trash. I love fucking trash. Let me fucking tell you how much I love trash, Angloid. Okay, we are trash communists. We are garbage communists. We're out here revealing the truth. We're revealing the truth. We are telling the truth. We are showing what the American imperialists are, because that's what we are.
The weirdest
We are
thing is
fucking-
that
we are the trash communists. We are the trash communists.
the weirdest thing is that he actually thought that it was like an entertaining / cool persona to adopt. It's just very strange that he actually thought that this sort of model of presentation was effective. I mean, it was effective in making people lose their patience. Which, again, I'm not sure if that was even by design or just a side effect of the whole thing. He did express a lot of the same beliefs that he used to have in the chat when writing to me, so...
You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. We're Oscar communists. We are trash communists.
Oscar the Grouch!
That's what we are. That's what we fight for.
You fight for trash? I mean, I know Vladimir Putin is trash. That is true, yeah. Yeah.
We fight to reveal
Kevin
the
is more
trash
patient than who?
of the U.S. imperialists. We fight the trash of the British
Wait, more
imperialists.
patient than
we
who?
fight to reveal the trash of the Ukrainian Nazis. That's what we do. We
Ukrainian
are
Nazis.
communists.
I wonder
we
if
are
he still
trash
believes that.
communists. We are trash communists. We are trash communists. Hail Oscar.
I'm glad that got under your fucking skin. I'm glad that little drive got under you.
Embrace the trash communism.
That is true.
Join our side and be.
He is more
what
patient,
You
yeah.
are meant to be an Oscar garbage trash communist.
Okay, that's a thing that happened. I mean, you're gonna have to clean that trash up, presumably, right? So you've just put on that little show for us, but you're gonna have to clean all of that up afterwards, I assume, because you're not in the alleyway anymore. So presumably, you're gonna have to actually just though you've disappeared. I don't know what he's done.
I can tell you that there is at least one person that got
You've
really
totally cut out,
angry
by the way.
when debating this guy.
You're breaking up. We can't hear you. We've got a leftist audio issue, people. What can I say? Dude, if you're listening, we can barely hear you. Sort out your fucking connection.
Jesus. I wonder if the singing's still gonna be a thing.
I haven't touched the audio. I haven't touched anything. He's still there, and he's singing from a distance or something. Hello?
Um,
What? Dude, are you actually there or not? Hello? I can barely hear him. He's still there. Hello? He's singing the Stalin version of the Soviet anthem.
Soviet anthem, huh? I wonder if I'll lose patience with this guy.
We can barely
I
hear
wonder
you.
if I'm gonna be super patient with this guy. Am I just gonna lose it at some point?
He's cutting out so bad, I don't even know what song he's
Am I
singing.
gonna be screaming? Shouting?
He started throwing trash at his fucking thing and it went mental.
Do you think I'm gonna be
Hello?
shouting?
Hey,
You were cutting out there, we could barely hear. What were you singing?
I was thinking I love trash.
Of course you were.
You're gonna call me Oscar? I mean, you gotta jam out to Oscar the Grouch's song "I Love
You think so?
Trash."
Absolutely. Absolutely, my dude. Okay. Someone said you were singing the Soviet anthem, but I was like, I know that song, and that's not that song.
No, that was not the Soviet national anthem.
No, that's true. Okay. Talking of trash, how do you feel the Russian war effort's going?
Relatively good considering NATO and the United States government and the British government and the German
yeah,
government,
Keffel's
all that,
also
are
debated
sending
him.
billions of dollars to the Azov Battalion, the right sector.
Just the Azov
effectively-
battalion. Just them, yeah. There's no other units in the Ukrainian army, just the Azov battalion, right?
They're effectively all the Azov Battalion.
They're
in the
all
right
the
sector.
Azov battalion, except the
Yeah.
Azov battalion makes up like less than 1% of the Ukrainian forces.
All following orders by the Azov Battalion in the right sector.
No, they aren't. The Azov battalion is a battalion that exists.
No, there isn't. They are all controlled by the Azov Battalion in the right sector.
Jesus.
Okay. Yeah. Why not? Go for it. Long live Azov, I guess. Why do you think the 3-day? Why do you think the 3-day operation has lasted 8 months if it's going so well?
It's happening pretty well in the consideration they are being funded by NATO, the United States, the Germans, the people of the United Kingdom, and funded by the French and everyone
George
else
Soros.
that is funding the Nazi war effort against.
So you're getting
the
your-
glorious
You're getting your asses handed to you by Nazis.
by the Nazis are funded by NATO and the UN.
Who you consider to be Nazis, right?
They are getting harmed by them, but ultimately winter is coming.
Winter is
Winter
coming.
is coming, my friend.
The
And
winter
when
is
winter
coming.
comes,
The
Russia will win.
Lord.
Well, that
Game
might
of
be the only
Thrones.
thing Vladimir Putin can make come. Anyway,
Jesus.
do you think that you claimed before that America and NATO are fascist? Yes.
Yeah, they are supporting
Yeah.
Nazis. They are the globalist elites that control the world economic system at this time.
Okay.
And
I mean, that's not remote.
multi-
That's not remotely how fascism is defined by
That's
any other human. But regardless,
fascism.
so America and NATO are funding Ukraine. So Nazis are funding Nazis, and the Nazis are winning. So you're losing to Nazis.
Yes.
Yes.
The
at this
Nazis are
time,
winning.
So you are losing. You are losing. You've just admitted you're losing.
I mean, he's
Winter
not.
is coming. Winter is coming.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think the Ukrainians are also used to the Ukrainian winter. To be fair.
After what? Europe is not going to have oil soon. Soon Europe will be freezing. And
No,
when
it'll just
that
be.
is
It'll be expensive. It won't be freezing. It'll just be expensive. Yeah, true.
fighting.
Well, no, it'll just.
I
Be,
love how this person sort of totally bought into the whole Europe will be freezing narrative. I sort of love it. I mean, I was freezing when I didn't have my heating, but I'm an exception.
be more expensive. It won't actually freeze. You do understand that.
Apparently, you
Yeah, I have to pay a hefty gas bill now. do have to pay a hefty gas bill.
Haven't paid attention to the fact that when Napoleon was invading Russia, that the war didn't work out.
But it's not Russia being invaded; it's Russia doing the invading.
Invaded the Soviet Union, that Hitler did not succeed because they invaded
Yes,
during.
but it's not. It's not Russia being invaded. Nobody's invading Russia.
During the winter, and it's going to crush the Ukrainians.
But nobody is invading Russia. Russia is entirely fine. It's Russia that's invading somebody else.
Ukraine is Russia.
Well, regardless, I mean, that's obviously incorrect, but regardless of that, Ukrainians are used to the Ukrainian winter because they live in Ukraine. So it won't affect them, actually.
No, they never fought a war during the Ukrainian winter. Incorrect.
Never.
Even when they were part of the Soviet Union's armies fighting wars during the actual war you mentioned earlier with Hitler, yeah? So they've never did that. That wasn't a thing.
No, that wasn't a thing because the Ukrainians at that time, many of them were siding with the actual Nazis.
That's actually not true.
All I'll say is about 200,000 Soviet citizens fought with the Russians, of about 10% were Ukrainian, and 4 million Ukrainians died defending the Soviet Union against fascism. You should do well as a communist and as a human being to fucking welcome their sacrifice, and because they're better people than...
Oh yeah, even the bad conservative. Yeah, of course. Self-preservation is a pretty strong impulse. Yeah, that's right.
You will ever be, or that I will ever be.
They don't have anything to sacrifice. They are choosing to fight this pointless imperialist war.
Can you admit the sacrifice of the Ukrainian people to defend against Nazism?
If you look at the reality, this shit started in 2014. The government was overthrown.
I'm going to bring you back to this. Can you admit and accept the suffering of the Ukrainian people at the hands of the Nazis?
And it was funded by George Soros.
George Soros.
No, the Second World War was not funded by George Soros.
Not anti-Semitic, by the way.
George Soros.
Except the fucking sacrifice of the Ukrainian people at the hands of the fascist beast. You fucking ungrateful little shit.
Not anti-Semitic, by the way.
Funded by George Soros. It was a coup. He overthrew the Ukrainian government, and ever since that point, the Ukrainian government has been a puppet.
I am not
American
talking
George
about
Soros.
2014. I'm talking about 1940.
But if 2021 and 2022, these time periods would not be a thing if it were for 2014. Ignoring the history of what happened in 2014. Dude,
time out.
Insane. One of the most insane motherfuckers telling you it's insane, so you know.
Time out. I am not. We can get to 2014 in a second. I am saying I'm going to drag you back to this again.
True.
Can you admit that the Ukrainian people, as part of the Soviet Union at the time, sacrificed millions of their citizens and had millions more butchered in the Holocaust, and that their sacrifice is the reason that you and I are free to any extent?
This is a nitpick on my part, but I don't like saying that they were butchered in the Holocaust, because the Holocaust is a very specific term that describes the genocide of the Jewish people. And I know that I've noticed that in the US and in I guess the UK, the Holocaust is just broadened to mean any people killed by the Germans during World War II, which is not exactly... Like, there's a reason why the genocide of the Roma is not just part of the Holocaust. The genocide of the Roma is called the Poraimos, the devouring. You know? Yeah. That's right. To Ukrainian Jewish people, yeah. That's right, yeah. That is correct. But I did notice that there are people that use the Holocaust as a catch-all term for everyone killed by the Nazi regime during the war, which is... I don't like that.
They were Russians, but yes.
Well, I mean, Ukrainian is still an ethnicity within the Soviet Union. It was one of the nations. Even fucking Stalin admitted it. He was the fucking minister for the nationalities.
Lenin should have never created the independent state of Ukraine. Ukraine is Russia.
It's not Russia. Regardless, okay. You don't want to accept that. You want to deny the sacrifice the Ukrainian people made at the hands of the fascist beast. Okay, fine.
Ukraine is Russia.
Yeah. Okay, dude.
Ukraine is Russia.
Okay, so on to 2014. As a supporter of the supposed supporter of the proletariat, what was wrong with
Ukraine is Russia.
No, Russia is a colour revolution funded by George Soros. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Ukraine is just look. Russia is just East Ukraine. Okay, please.
True.
Russia is Ukraine.
Ukraine is Russia.
Russia is Ukraine.
Ukraine is Russia.
Russia is Ukraine. Russia is Ukraine. Russia is Ukraine.
I don't know. I don't know if there's any point to this exchange. I would like to avoid stuff like that if I can.
Ukraine is
From
Russia.
happening.
When they're finished kicking your asses out of Kherson and Crimea and the Donbass, just push on and take Moscow. Fuck it, why not?
Russia. Ukraine is Russia.
All hail NATO. Yeah. Yeah.
Ukraine is Russia. 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 Ukraine is Russia.
Is this gonna happen tomorrow?
Ukraine is
Can I
Russia.
just say, you prove once and for all that white people shouldn't try to do music, frankly.
Ukraine is Russia. Ukraine is Russia. Oi, oi. Ukraine is Russia.
Oi, oi.
Ukraine is Russia. Ukraine is Russia. Oi, oi. Ukraine is Russia. Ukraine is Russia. Ukraine is Russia. Oi, oi. Ukraine is Russia. Ukraine is Russia. Ukraine is Russia.
I love a song with good lyrics. Yeah. Solid work. As a supporter of the supposed proletariat, or a supposed supporter of the proletariat, what was wrong with the Ukrainian people seeking redress from a dictatorial government?
That's not what happened. George Soros funded
Soros.
the coup.
Even if it were true, even if, let's say, George Soros, and you're not anti-Semitic, obviously.
Obviously.
I would never support any country.
Okay. Definitely not anti-Semitic. Just JQ posting about George Soros. Even if George
anti-Ukrainian.
Even if George Soros had funded this, let's say he did, he paid for everything, right? Is it still not
funded it through the
okay,
NGO.
I'm saying let's hypothetically say that that's true for a second. I don't personally believe it, but let's just go with that theory for a second.
Yes.
Is it
let's go.
still not within the Ukrainian people's sovereignty to decide their own self-governance?
No.
So you oppose democracy, just fundamentally on every level.
Yes.
Look at the case of Iran. We look at the material situation. It's clearly the U.S. that was trying to set up a color revolution in Iran, just like they tried to set up a color revolution back in 2020.
those silly Iranian women wanting rights and stuff. That's crazy. Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. No, we should just oppress all Iranian women. Yeah.
You never support color revolutions. Full stop. It doesn't matter the reason.
So we're very much in favour of oppressing Iranian women forever. Yeah.
I'm in favor of the Iranian government that stands against the U.S. imperialists.
Okay, but
And I don't care what they do because it's not my problem as a Westerner. As long as they're standing against the U.S. imperialists, they are my ally.
even if they're oppressing.
So this is fundamentally an anti-communist stance, by the way. This is fundamentally an anti-communist stance, an anti-socialist stance. This, as long as I get mine as a Westerner, I don't care what a country in a dictatorial regime does, as long as I get my goal as a Westerner. Because again, socialism and communism, the slogan was forever, since the beginning, workers of all countries unite. It was a call for solidarity among the workers of the world, which meant that what happened to the workers in one country was also the business of workers from a different country. Like this sort of, I don't care what happens to the people of country X as long as this place that I don't like is being fought against, is fundamentally anti-communist and anti-socialist, I would argue as well. You know? Because communism is fundamentally an international project, and socialism as well, for that matter. Which is interesting because at some point this person claims that communism is fundamentally nationalist. Which I don't even know if I am to talk about this since he's no longer a communist.
Seeing their women and killing them in jails.
He's just an
That's
American
for them
now.
to resolve after the U.S. imperialist empire collapsed.
Hang on. Whoa. Yes, it is for you to say. Is it okay for the police? Is it okay for the police anywhere to murder people in jails?
After the collapse of the U.S. imperialists,
Is
it does not matter.
Is it okay for the police to murder people in jails?
I do not care. My problem is with the U.S. imperialists trying to set
Did
up
you
a
think?
revolution.
Okay. Did you
Stand
think?
for
Did okay?
governments, the U.S. imperialists.
Did you think
That
that?
is
Did you
that
think?
is my primary concern. I do not care what's going on in Iran until the U.S.
In
imperialists.
fact, that is interesting thing. That would be an interesting if he still holds these stances. That would be actually an interesting thing to ask, to explore, to ask if you don't care what happens to peoples in these places, then what makes you care about U.S. imperialism to begin with? Why do you even care about that? Why care about the U.S. imperialism if you don't care about human suffering in general? If you don't care about countries sort of enacting, imparting suffering on others, then why even care about the U.S. imperialism? What the U.S. imperialism creates in your mind is the suffering of others. But if you don't care about the suffering of others, then why even care about the U.S. imperialism? It should be fine. It should be whatever. No, the stream is just beginning, actually. Hello, lucky author. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad to have you here. Like, I guess I would have the conversation go in the direction of such questions rather than to argue nitty-gritty, like, details about specific events and specific organizations, you know? It's more about, like, if you claim to care about US imperialism, then what is even the basis of caring about US imperialism, you know? It definitely is not the suffering that it creates, because he doesn't care about the suffering. I said that last stream that I'm in pregnancy mode. I said it in last stream. Ow. guess I'm gonna kill. But yes. I'm just gonna kill this thing real quick. I wonder. So yeah, I guess I would sort of try to interrogate him on these sorts of things. You know?
Fearless collapse.
Did you think the killing of George Floyd was just?
Not comparable situation.
No, I'm just asking you. I'm asking you a question. Do you think the killing of George Floyd was just?
It's the very basis of what the color revolution that's going on in Iran is inherently different than what happened
Not
with
always,
the BLM
but
marches
sometimes.
and the people who marched against George Floyd.
I don't know. They look relatively similar to me, actually. But regardless,
different.
I'm trying to drill down onto a basic point here.
It is inherently different because the U.S. imperialists are doing that to themselves, and that is the problem of American citizens.
Whoa! George Floyd was an imperialist because he was the one it was done to.
The business of the imperialists.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll ask you again. Was the killing of George Floyd just?
No.
Okay. So why was the killing of the woman in the Iranian jail just?
Because it's not my business.
No, I didn't ask you whether it was your business. I said, was it just?
That's not a very communist thing to say. It's not my business.
I do not care what another government may or may not be doing. Any government.
Lulu
I don't
is
care if
me.
it's Saudi
That's
Arabia.
what
I don't
fake
care if it's
Kyle
India.
Parker
I
called
don't
me.
care if it's Russia. I don't care if it's China. I don't care if it's Vietnam. I don't care if it's Laos. I don't care if it's Cuba. I don't care if it's Venezuela. I don't care if it's Nicaragua. I do not care what they do on domestic issues. I care whether they stand against the U.S. imperialists. Anything
Okay,
else
but dude,
is irrelevant.
I do
It's
not care is
purposely manipulated by the media to stop the
certainly
support
something.
of the working class in this country from supporting the anti-imperialists globally in the world.
I do not care.
Okay, you mentioned
That
Saudi
is,
Arabia there. They don't oppose US imperialism. They're allies with the United States.
Right now,
That is certainly a position to have. I do not care. I wonder if he still holds it. No, but fake Alec Kyle Parker created Lulu. Fake Alec Kyle Parker was the person who first called me that. He coined the nickname. So fake Alec Kyle Parker deserves the credit for coining the nickname.
selling off the U.S. dollar. Right now, they are
literally being funded by Americans buying oil, and using that money to buy American and British weapons.
They're not able to purchase weapons. The Joe Biden administration has admitted that they are now suggesting doing regime change in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, but they're still buying American and British weapons with the money we're giving them for oil.
Changed their position and have aligned themselves with Russia through OPEC.
Is it okay?
They're in the position that they challenge the U.S. imperialism.
No,
so
they
now
don't.
Saudi Arabia,
They don't. They really don't. They really don't.
U.S. weapons to kill the Yemenis.
Why
people,
did?
It is no longer relevant because the U.S. imperialist is what Saudi government currently stands against.
No, it doesn't. In what fucking way does it stand against it? In what way?
If increasing the cost of oil, it destabilizes the United States, making it so the imperialists are no longer.
You were a cult. You're a cultist.
The world with the petrodollar. So you're goddamn right. There's a.
Oh yeah, actually, the most interesting thing that I've heard out of all of the debates that Yankee Tanky has had was when the Yankee Tanky said that Israel does not have enough money to lobby its interest in the U.S., but Ukraine has. Ukraine has enough wealth to just lobby its way into making the U.S. listen to it, because Ukraine is a financial powerhouse because of its corruption, apparently, because the best way to build wealth of a nation is apparently through corruption. There is nothing that secures huge funding for a nation than corruption. So there you go. Ukraine is a financial powerhouse that influences the US through its lobbying. And that's why the US does Ukraine's bit. It's weird because on the one hand, the US is the hegemon and the imperialistic force, but on the other hand, Ukraine is financially strong enough to just lobby the US and influence it, which is just really strange, you know? Because if the US controls the global market, then how would even Ukraine lobbying in the US remotely work? How would that even remotely work?
Damn reason to support Saudi Arabia right now.
Okay, is it okay that the Saudis are killing the Yemeni people?
Not as I've said in the case of Iran, as I've said in the case of
So it's
Russia,
okay
as
to
I've said
do
in the case
it's okay to do
as-
genocide as long as you're not America.
And any country that stands against the U.S. imperialists, I do not care what they are doing unless they are not standing against the U.S. imperialists. Then I
So
will
it's just America bad.
criticize them.
So the thing you said at the start is a lie. It's just America bad.
That fucking Brett Tubers have the whole fucking, oh, we need to look at the nuances of all of these different societies. No, we don't.
It's not nuanced. Genocide is bad.
Or you're against the imperialists.
Genocide is bad, dude.
That's the only reality. You're either with the imperialists or you're against it.
Dude, you had a better connection, by the way, when you were in the fucking alleyway. You're cutting out a lot. It's very strange. Anyway, so basically it's okay to do genocide as long as you're not America, right?
Yeah.
You are supposed to do what is necessary to stand against the U.S. imperialists.
How does the killing the Yemeni people stand against American imperialism?
Doesn't matter what Saudi Arabia might be doing to Yemen right now. It just doesn't matter. What matters,
I think it matters to the people of Yemen.
Against the U.S. imperialists by aligning themselves with Russia through OPEC+.
It's very weird.
I think it matters to the innocent people in Yemen who are being slaughtered.
I don't care. I do not care.
Do you agree with...
I do not care.
Okay, do you agree with... do you like Israel?
I think Israel right now, despite what they're doing to the Palestinians, is selling off the U.S. dollar.
Which is very interesting because now I know for a fact that now I'm pretty sure that when we spoke in the chat, this person was pro-Palestine, Palestine and anti-Israel, no? Correct me if I'm wrong. Am I wrong? When he was in the chat, he was anti-Israel, no? So I guess that's changed. I guess that little thing changed from the Kevin Logan debate to now. Pretty sure he criticized Israel in my chat. Well, I might be wrong. I'm not even sure if Israel came up. I'm actually not sure if Israel came up. The Yankee Tanky guy. Did Israel ever came up when I talked to him in the chat? Yeah. I'm pretty sure he switched. Because he says that Israel is good because it's anti-US, even though it does horrible things against the Palestinians. But I'm pretty sure yeah, I think so. But here he's not. Here he's saying what he's about to say.
And buying the Chinese yacht. So, see? I am somewhat in favor of what Israel is doing right now. However, they have a far to go. They need to more actively support Russia. They need to more actively support China. They need to more actively support fighting against U.S. imperialism and stop being a proxy state, because they do threaten Iran. They do threaten the conditions of the Palestinians, and that is a nuance that is allowed.
That was like 1 year ago. One moment. I'm gonna prepare myself some popcorn. I'm gonna show you something. I got a popcorn from a store. This is the popcorn. popcorn, buttery popcorn. So I opened the popcorn. I'm glad if he changed his position on this. That I can applaud. I assume that if he ditched being a communist in his mind, then he must have changed a lot of things in his beliefs, no? And also I assume that his whole presentation will be different now, since he said that a lot of the shouting, the wild behavior, he said that was part of his Yankee Tanky persona. So I don't even know what to expect from his behavior-wise. Supposedly all the theatrics were just part of his persona, which he thought was a good idea to adopt the persona. But then he said in a video when he cried that the persona was a mistake. Okay, so there's this paper bag. This paper bag underneath. And I have to keep it in for 4 minutes. I'm gonna go do that and I will be right back. Just let's not use that term. Lucky otter, let's not call him that. This is an anti-slur. This is an anti-slur stream, okay? This is an anti-slur space. Maybe he'll understand cautious point of view. Okay, so I'm gonna... I assume I have to do that. Okay, I'm gonna... Where's the app thing? I don't even see the app thing. I don't see the app thing. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna... Hello. Hello, Sophie. I'll be right back. A lot of white names today. I'll be right back. I'm gonna prepare popcorn and I'm gonna tell you... I'm gonna tell you in a moment how it is. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna be back in 4 minutes with popcorn. 4 minutes. Buttery popcorn from This is my popcorn. Hello, welcome. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the tier 1. And thank you for the tier 2. Lucky indeed. Thank you. So this is the popcorn. It's just finished. It's I had to put it in a microwave. It's supposedly a battery popcorn, and I think it's a bit overdone. Maybe I can smell the butter, the butter like substance that's supposed to pretend to be. I think I've overdone it. I think it's overdone. I think it's slightly burnt actually. I think I've put it on for too long. But apart from being slightly burnt, it's actually not bad. Burned popcorn. There's no popcorn button on the microwave. I think I just set the time for a bit too long. Hello, Shakespeare. Okay. I need the popcorn for the Yankee Tanky debate. And there's something that I need. I doing my best to be okay. I do my best to be okay. Okay, not all of it is burnt actually. Not all of it is burnt. Yeah, really, there's no popcorn button. What do you mean? There is no such a thing on my microwave as a popcorn button. Okay, let's continue.
Only because they have not completely thrown their weight behind Russia.
You know they're basically entirely funded by the United States, right?
Yeah, and that's a major problem. They should be throwing their weight behind Russia and not the United States, and that's fundamentally.
And you don't see much of a problem with them literally trying to wipe out the Palestinian people.
If they keep.
There you go. It's really, I don't even know what sort of a belief this is, apart from I just want the U.S. to suffer. I don't know. This is such a nonsensical worldview. It's just so incoherent and so nonsensical. How do you even engage with that? It's a debate between Kevin Logan and the guy who used to call himself Yankee Tanky but now doesn't anymore. Like, this is it's just, I don't know how to engage with that. With someone saying, I don't care if people suffer all over the world because all I care about is taking down the US. It's just nonsensical to me. Did you see the Midwest Marks one? Not yet. We might. It's on the menu for today. The stream just started an hour ago. It's all on the menu. It's all in the books. I've got the popcorn, so I'm ready. Like, there's no logic here. That's why I'm very hesitant on engaging this person on a logical level, to be quite honest. Because all it does when people try to engage this person on logic, and even worse, when people try to engage this person on facts, then they just lose patience and get mad and start screaming. Which had only one viewer after an hour. I mean, that's fine because the viewer is Karasu, and Karasu is a precious viewer. I used to do when I didn't speak, when I didn't have a VTuber, when I started streaming, I didn't have a VTuber avatar. I didn't speak. I just chatted in the chat. And I used to have 3 or 4 hour streams in which I would just have one person watching and chatting with me. So that's fine. One viewer is more than 0 viewers. I said you are a precious viewer. Even though, technically speaking, you're not just a viewer, you're part of the team of this thing. Have you seen Haas versus Sunday? Yes, I have. It was a drag. Vosh was the moderator. They don't care about those things, such as principles, reality, and evidence, and are immaterial to their ideology. So like an old chat room, yeah. But one of the chatters was a streamer, namely me.
Supporting the United States, then obviously they'll can keep criticizing Israel for oppressing the Palestinian people. But when they start throwing their weight behind Russia, the Palestinian people are not the main contradiction U.S. imperialism is.
Main contradiction. So you're just doing weird marriage shite then, right?
I mean, this is what Haas and the infrared community use and is incredibly accurate. I don't care whether
he described himself as a Stalinist libertarian, two literally contradictory things.
You need to support fighting against the main contradiction, which is the U.S. imperialists.
Yeah, you believe in individualist gulags, yeah?
First of all, gulags are based. Second of all, individualism is not based.
Wait,
but
I'm sorry.
Certain individualism
I have to listen to that again.
But certain gulags are based.
Gulags are based. The places where people were locked to die in were based. I assume, according to this person, also Wagre. I'm surprised that people talk about the gulags in English, but they never sort of talk about the Wagre. What's it even called in English? I don't even know what the word is in English because I just never hear it invoked. Just never hear the word invoked in English. Wagr. Which was part of the system of the Wagir. Was a part of the system of the gulags. There's only Polish? That's impossible. That's impossible. No, that's impossible. That's what? That's impossible. Wagir. Lager. I guess the lager. I don't hear the word like invoked.
Second of all,
hello, Liddy Ten Shoes.
Individualism is not based, but certain individualism is okay.
Mm-hmm. Are the Palestinians a colour revolution funded by George Soros?
The Palestinians are an oppressed minority that exists within that region.
Okay, so if they're being oppressed, who are they being oppressed by?
By the Israelis. As I've said before, I'm not currently putting my full support behind Israel because
just
Israel's
your partial.
not
You're just throwing your partial support behind Israel. Okay. That's interesting for a communist. Very interesting.
The primary contradiction is what is most important, not these secondary, third-dairy, fourth-dairy, fifth-dairy contradictions.
Well, I'm sure the people of Gaza really care being talked about as a secondary contradiction, you fucking spoilt brat in the West. Fuck me.
This is not moral matter.
You spoiled little bitch. You're nice and safe, and the Palestinians are being bombed, and they're a secondary contradiction to you.
Where our people across the world, the working class, the servant class, the petite bourgeoisie,
that
all
is
of
true.
these oppressed classes
Having is
will be in
super
a position
corrected.
that they will be living in pods and eating balls. We're trying to prevent that. That is what we're trying to fight. And that's why these secondary and third dairy and fourth dairy and fifth dairy contradictions are not what we should focus on as communists. That is just not what we should focus on as communists.
Yeah,
Whether you stand
exactly. Fuck the
for-
Palestinians. Yeah. Yeah.
is the primary contradiction.
Yeah. So you're saying the message from the trash communists is fuck Palestine. Yeah.
Not even sure if he knows what that means. This is
The position is fuck anyone who is not standing against.
cut out.
Okay. How do you feel about Israel cooperating with Russia to bomb Syria?
Bomb the Kurds that were trying to overthrow the Assad regime based.
The Kurds who are oppressed in various countries. Yeah. Those people. Yeah.
I don't give a shit about the Kurds. They stand with the U.S. imperialists. I had this conversation with Dylan Burns. You know that.
Israel
Oh my God.
is literally funded by the United States.
Interesting. Dylan Burns debated the Kurds. A Kurd is a Kurd.
What the fuck are you talking
Does
about?
not matter because in this situation, Israel is standing with Assad against the Kurds.
So you're just a cultist who you've changed from Caleb Maupin to Assad and Putin now, yeah?
You're the cultist because you support the cult of Ukraine.
Well, absolutely, yeah. I support Ukraine. I think NATO are the most based organisation ever.
I guess I'm a cultist as well. I support Ukraine. I'm a cultist.
Long live Uncle
to know.
Sam. Yeah, absolutely.
Good to know.
You are the cultist because you support the cult of Ukraine.
Honestly, Vladimir Zelensky can take me. Yeah, absolutely.
The cult of Ukraine. Jesus. Kult Ukraine. There you go. Said it in Polish. In my mother tongue. Kult Ukraine. Kultywuję Ukrainę. Codziennie. Przed snem.
Support the cult of Ukraine.
Yeah.
You are the
Totes.
cultist because you support the cult of Ukraine.
Totes. Okay, so fuck Palestine, but Putin and Assad good. Okay.
Some believe in the cult of Cthulhu, but some believe in the cult of Ukraine.
Okay. That's interesting communism you've got going on there.
And good. But like this is fucking obvious shit if you actually understand the material conditions of the world. You don't.
True.
Dude, you didn't know about it, well, seemingly anything, but you don't seem to take into account the fact that
And
the United States, its allies like Saudi Arabia and Israel are somehow anti-America.
you love the American Empire, you love the French Empire, you love the German Empire, you love
Fact.
imperialism.
True.
Just
Fact. Based.
fucking love
Fact.
it.
Based.
Typical
Fact.
fucking Anglo.
Based.
Typical Anglo.
But with Dylan Burns, he said that the German Empire was not an empire. So what changed between that debate and this one? I wonder. Or?
1876 will commence again. We are going to invade the United Kingdom after we conquer Canada and unite the communist republics. We are going to reunify Ireland. We are going to fucking put it on you fucking Angloids. Down with the Angloids. Down with the Angloids. Down with the Angloids.
It's interesting that you mentioned Ireland because I'm actually an Irish citizen as well, so I support a united Ireland. But you know,
Down with the Angloids.
because I actually oppose imperialism, unlike you. You know.
Down with the Angloids. Down with the Angloids. Down with the Angloids. Down with the Angloids.
Don't
Down
forget,
with the
if you
I still think it's very interesting that he thought that this sort of presentation was effective and popular with people.
enjoy this content, you can hit the follow button and subscribe.
Down with the Angloids! Down with the Angloids! Down with the Angloids!
Hello, Murder Birder.
Okay. I mean, again, I will just point out for you because I don't think you were listening. I'm actually technically an Irish citizen as well, so I support a united Ireland. Because unlike you, I actually oppose imperialism. But anyway,
No,
wow.
you're an Angloid. You're not part of the Irish people.
I
You support.
literally am.
You
No,
support
I literally,
that-
as in, I've literally got an Irish passport, my dude. I'm an Irish citizen.
I mean, Ireland does not. Ireland rejects you. My Irish blood tells you that
The Irish people overwhelmingly support the Ukrainian cause.
the Irish blood in me tells you that they reject
You're an
you.
American, you dopey fuck. Shut the hell up. What's the closest you've even been to Ireland? New York, maybe?
Angloid.
New York.
Angloid. You're a fucking Angloid.
Banger. Absolute bop.
Angloid. You're a fucking Angloid.
True. True and Angloid pilled.
Oh my god.
Facts.
That was the Angloid Empire.
Yeah.
Also, again, there is no such thing as a British Empire anymore. I'm pretty sure it got dissolved after the Second World War. Like, calling current Great Britain an empire is a bit of a laugh, in my opinion. Consider, I don't know, it's a bit of a, I don't know. I laugh when people claim that Great Britain is still an empire. That, it just feels like cope to me. Like when people still call it an empire. Can you put them on screen? Oh yeah, I can. Sorry. It feels like such cope to call Great Britain an empire still.
Okay, babe. Okay.
Babe.
You mentioned in the DMs when you asked for this discussion that you thought my definition of Bonapartism was wrong.
Yes.
What was my definition? Because I don't remember even giving a definition of what Bonapartism was.
Bonapartism as a when the imperialists fight against themselves, which is only partly true. Bonapartism is when one side of the ruling class of any given society fights against another segment of the ruling class to stabilize society.
That's not Bonapartism.
No, it isn't Bonapartism. That's exactly what
It is.
Bonapartism is.
I'm gonna debate him
Bonapartism
tomorrow.
Is,
It's fucking. That's what Bonapartism
if you'll
is.
just
I'm debating this fella tomorrow.
So you're wrong. He defined Bonapartism as one segment of the ruling class fighting against the other segment of the ruling class. To stabilize society.
but Karl Marx was not God. Like, he's not infallible, my dude.
But-
I have a different view of this.
Definition trying to give is not the correct definition.
No,
And
I
that's
didn't
the
give a
point.
definition. I used one specific example of how Bonapartism and fascism differ.
You defined imperialism with, or you define Bonapartism as Bonapartism when it's imperialism with one segment of the ruling class fighting against the other.
No, I defined it. I didn't even define it. I gave one example of how Bonapartism and fascism differ.
Fucking retard Angloid doesn't fucking know the definition of Bonapartism.
Yes, I do. Yes, I literally do. It involves often monarchism through empire. It involves nepotistic exploitation of territories outside of your own country. It involves massive expansion. It involves centralization of the state. It often involves as well the bastardization of a pre-existing.
I assume that the definition is sort of in the name, Bonapartism, acting like Napoleon Bonaparte. I would assume. No? Am I wrong? And assuming that Bonapartism has something to do with Napoleon Bonaparte and how he operated in the world with his French empire. Of course, Napoleon did a neat trick. He crowned himself not the Emperor of France, but he titled himself the Emperor of the French. So he did a little linguistic trick there. Like, very famously, he pushed for the distinction that he wasn't the Emperor of France, but he was the Emperor of the French. He was of the people and for the people. He did show up in stream. That's when we set up the debate. That's gonna happen tomorrow if he shows up. We agreed to debate tomorrow on the 12th. We actually, at least officially, have a debate on 3 topics: Ukraine, Palestine, Israel, and Taiwan. Taiwan's gonna be the topic. I'm gonna discuss because he says that Taiwan is not a real country, so I'm gonna be debating that. How cool is that? Huh? How cool is that?
Existing revolution, which was not the case with fascism.
Angloid, you're retarded, Angloid. You are fucking dumb. You're a fucking Angloid, Angloid, Angloid. You're a fucking Angloid, and you are fucking dumb.
Well, I think I just found my new fucking sound alert. Thank you. I will be using that. I will make money off your fucking noise.
That's why keep advertising me. The haters are what fuel the Yankee Tanky. That's why the Yankee Tanky is always rising. Red Phoenix rising. Yankee.
Just sometime later after these debates, he made a video when he cried and said that Yankee Tanky is done as a thing. So Yankee Tanky Rising did not work out as well as he says here. Yankee Tanky did not rise. He actually went away with a whimper and crying. That will be fun to watch. Do you have a time set? Like, it should be at about this time. Isn't he home? Not anymore. He's not unhoused. Yes. He said that communism is not popular, so he just gave it up. Which is strange, because communism was never popular. Communists and socialists never built their movements on the basis of their ideas being popular. That was never a thing. Oh my god. Thank you, Maya Mayer, for a tier 4. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. A big fat tier 4. Thank you. You're the best. Thank you. The tankiest 3-year-old to ever walk the earth. Hello, Maya Mayer. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the tier 4. That is very nice of you.
And we are here. We are here to get victory.
Other than your cholesterol, what about you is rising? Did he just leave?
The Dark Knight Rising.
Oh, what a bitch! He fucking rage quit. Lol. Fucking hell.
That is so strange. All the other debates he stayed till the end. This is just 45 minutes, and here he left. With Vosh he stayed for a few hours. With Dylan Burns he stayed for over an hour. Well over an hour. Why quit here? I don't get it. Oh. How is school? How is school? I want to watch the video that Karasu sent me. Apparently it's really good. Hitler was Jewish. Hitler was Jewish. I am tempted. I am feeling tempted by the Hitler was Jewish thing, but Hitler was Jewish. Jesus. So this video is from 4 months ago. Fairly new video. Rav, what do you study at school? Oh, we asked the same question. Is it? Okay. Why I am going crazy? Going crazy means to say he was not crazy before.
I've been going fucking crazy. There's no denying that. But
Jesus Christ. I wonder if his presentation will be here a bit different than the Yankee Kanky one.
let me tell you why I've been going crazy. Because people will assume, well, it's entirely this guy, he's just mentally unglued. He's always been mentally unglued.
I mean, that is the presentation that you gave us. That is the vibe that you gave us. That is sort of the reputation that you've built for yourself. So you can't really blame people for thinking that something might be wrong with you. If that is the impression that you quite deliberately gave people, you know? Does that make sense?
And part of the reason I think people get mixed up with that is because that's part of my character.
There you go. There you go. And that is, I'm gonna be honest. I've always found the character thing, the character explanation to be weak. I've always found it's just a character thing to be sort of a weak excuse. I could tolerate it. Hello, fake Alec Parker. I sort of tolerate this character thing when it comes to entertainment YouTube channels that do reviews of movies, games, playthroughs, etc. There, I can understand. Oh, it's just my persona. It's just a character that I play that hates these movies or talks about these videos. But when you have a political channel, when you debate politics, the moment you say, oh, everything I did was just a persona, a character, then all I have to say to that is, well, then why should I believe anything you say? If it's all an act, if it's all just a persona that you put on. Why should anyone listen to you if it's just a character? Why should anyone give you any time of day if what you've said, if everything you've said was just a character? Like maybe your political stances were also just part of the character. That this, who knows? You know? Oh, physics.
You know, the Yankee Tanky character is, you know, supposed to be fucking nuts.
That's great, but you also supposedly try to mix in serious political advocacy and messaging while doing the characters that's quote unquote fucking nuts. So again, why should anyone listen to anything that you have to say?
Even though it's a reflection of my own beliefs and ideas, you know, I come across that way. But
So why would you package your beliefs and ideas in a package? Why would you package it in a persona that's fucking nuts? What is that supposed to accomplish? Is it actually just an excuse for when your ideas fail to be able to point and say, oh, it's not that my ideas are flawed, it's just that my persona is fucking nuts? It sort of feels like this to me. Like it just feels like that to me. Like a thing that you can just point to and say, this is why I'm failing with my advocacy. It's because the character that I play is misunderstood and it's supposed to be fucking nuts. But apart from that, all my ideas are legit and sort of indisputable.
Me going mentally unglued recently is not me being in character. I'm not.
Oh, interesting. So he says he's being unhinged now, not as a part of a character anymore. Apparently not, because now he's mentally unwell for real. Well, that was 4 months ago. I assume he's still mentally not totally well if he Googled himself and came here because he Googled himself and noticed that I've made a reaction.
Not playing the Yankee Tanky. No, I'm livid. My family came here on the Mayflower, right? And my family established this country.
My family established this country.
Now you can criticize me all you fucking want, leftist.
Leftist? What are you? What? Weren't you a leftist just months ago? Damn.
Yes, my family.
Also, the music. Yes, my family were the fucking settlers.
They were the fucking settlers. They did the native genocide. You know, I don't deny that history.
Jesus, he is unwell. Jesus. You're gonna be talking to this person tomorrow. This person is so unwell.
The facts are my family did establish this country.
Yes, your family particularly established this country.
And even if leftists will say this is the wrong way to view this and all this other stuff, I don't really care. I feel that my birthright was ripped from me, you know?
Jesus Christ. From communists to this. I don't even know what to say. It's from communist to this. It's from we're for the working people to my birthright was ripped away from me. Oh man. Okay, so this is the new him,
My father had a good union construction job. He used to make very good money as a supervisor, right? And our family
and he got fired?
was pretty well off, and then the 2007 housing market crash happened. And after each generation got better and better since the Great Depression, it went right back to things starting to get worse.
This is very National Socialist attitude. Yeah, Jesus. Wow. We'll have to keep him on topic the whole time. He will go on tangents about how you are not really Polish and call you an Angloid. No, he says Polish people don't exist. Polish people are not a thing. Polish people are Russians, so he called me Russian. He said in the chat, hello, Vodka. He said that Polish people are Russian in the chat when he was here. So he called me Russian. Even though I don't speak Russian. But that's fine. I'll have to learn the mother tongue sooner or later. So the whole third world countries developing world is...
At first it got worse for my father. And then obviously had the ripple effects it did. We almost lost the house. It's a miracle my father didn't lose the house.
Wow. I don't even... The fact that he is not in a... The fact that he's not playing a character here anymore is just... God. Oh, wow. Damn. He will say there are no Polish and no transgender. I mean, he said he will not be talking about the topic of. He said he will not be doing the trans topic with me. Many people would argue that deregulation is what led to the. I've heard that. Yeah, I did hear that. Yeah.
Most people weren't that lucky.
I mean, Kevin Logan did call him an Angloid as well. He said, "You're an Angloid as well." So I guess he was English. Yeah. That is what Kevin Logan told him.
But then, for me, I'm not even given an opportunity to get a house,
Oh, poor baby. You're not even given an opportunity to get a house. Unlike so many other people in the US that do. Jesus. Should have been born in socialist Poland. Damn. I'm not even given an opportunity to get a house. Damn. Poor baby.
Yeah, I have siblings, and money will be handed down to me, which I appreciate that, but it won't be a house. I won't be given property because the house will have to be sold off.
Jesus Christ! What is this? What is this attitude? Oh my God! And he called himself a communist? I'll inherit money when my parents croak. But it's not a house. It's not a house. The house will have to be sold off. I'm not really getting a house. If I'm not getting a house, am I really getting anything out of life? How did he go from communism to this? How did that happen? What happened? If I'm not inheriting a house, then what am I doing? What is the world has wronged me if I'm not getting a house in a will? What? Oh my God. I did not see that coming. I did not see this coming. Wow. Greater Rain, do you want a new art prompt? There you go. Your new art prompt is on the screen right now. Your new art prompt is on the screen right now. Wait, I'm actually gonna note that this. Oh God. I'm trying to hit the browser. Your new art prompt is on the screen right now. I'm gonna show you the hair. Where's the... There we go. That's his hair. That's his full hair. That's your new art prompt for today. Entitled, well, if you're not going to have private property, you may as well go communist. My ancestors came over the... I deserve a house. My ancestors came over on the Mayflower. I deserve a house. This guy, and ironically, I deserve to be handed over a house from my parents when they die. Jesus Christ. Come on.
And, I'm still given more opportunity, to be fair.
Oh my god.
Long term, even though I have to fucking struggle in all these different ways right now, I'll be given a little bit of a hand up at the end of my parents' life. Which is not something I hope for. Like, let's be fucking clear. I don't want to be sitting around my parents like fucking vultures waiting for them to fucking die.
Oh.
That's what a lot of people in this fucking country, in my generation, that's what we're fucking waiting for. Because we'll never be able to own a house on our own. I mean,
I'm not gonna be waiting for my parents to just die. But I am just going to wait for my parents to die. That's basically what is being said here. It's not like I'm waiting for my parents to die, but I'm basically just waiting for my parents to die.
I grew up and I think, you know, like maybe I'll be able to get a micro home and a small piece of land, and that will be mine. And at that time, when I was entering the workforce at 18, a micro home and a small piece of land probably would have cost me everything, including getting basic utilities and everything set up, something close to $30,000. Well, today, the very same micro home, small piece of land, basic setup for basic utilities, now runs me close to $150,000 for a tiny little micro home. Let's be clear, a micro home is smaller than a trailer. A micro home is effectively the equivalent, maybe in some circumstances slightly bigger, than a New York apartment. And we're talking about, you know, a tiny piece of land. We're talking about like a quarter of an acre.
How tragic. How tragic. How my heart bleeds for the person that said that he didn't care what happened to the Iranian people, that he didn't care what happened to the Palestinian people. My heart bleeds. By the way, this is the thing that was happening in most countries in Eastern Bloc pre-89 and post-89. You had no chance to get your flat very often, not even a micro land. I had not hoped of even owning a little flat of square meters. In Poland, it was a little bit. In Poland, the situation with apartments was very interesting in Poland pre-89. Like, Poland actually handled its apartment situation pretty well pre-89. I will admit that. For example, there was a system in which parents, it might sound very strange, but parents would sign up their children to get an apartment in the future. There was a system for parents to put their children on a list to get an apartment in the future, and they would. Which of course led to the situation that post-89, a lot of people ended with earning apartments that they sort of had before 89, but oh yeah. Well, Poland built on that. Warsaw built a lot of new flats because the city was destroyed 80%. So you had a lot of new flats. You know? Oh yeah, you still had to wait, of course. But I will say it, for all the criticism that I have for the system that was in Poland before 89, housing was much better than in the 90s or 90s onward. Like, there was no huge problem with homelessness. You know? Homelessness exploded in the 90s. Was it as Was Budapest destroyed as much as Warsaw? Though Warsaw was deliberately destroyed. Like Warsaw was not destroyed due to war, sort of, due to fighting. Warsaw was just deliberately blown up, building by building, and burned. Okay, let's continue. Let us continue. 90s was a massive issue. Yeah, it was. I could do a whole long thing about the 90s, how Poland tried to implement sort of quasi-socialism with workers being in charge of the means of production, but the implementation was really horrible, and it ended up with the means of production being bought up from the workers into a few hands. Okay, that's interesting.
Completely out of reach. Completely out of reach. And all while this is happening, my government is funding, billions of dollars to Ukraine.
Oh my god, really? Yankee Tanky really is a sad person. He doesn't understand anything. He doesn't know anything. Does he really believe that if Ukraine was not getting aid, suddenly he could get a house? Does he really believe that those issues are remotely related to one another? He really is just an idiot now, isn't he? Jesus, he really is just an idiot now that he abandoned communism, quote unquote. That's a bit mean. That's a bit mean of me to say. But I don't know what else to say, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
Trying to push for billions of aid and possibly military involvement of Israel to fight Hamas.
Is this really turning into an anti-Ukrainian screed at the end? After all the sobbing about not inheriting a house? Is that really what's happening here? Is this really what's gonna happen now? Be mean, Lucy. I cannot be mean. Being mean is not good. And he doesn't know because he doesn't care to know. He didn't make it in life. I see. Right.
All fucking people.
Like, it sounds nice to say billions, but it's just a small fraction of the US budget, so it's just silly. It's just comically silly.
Which, why is this our fucking business? Regardless.
I don't know. I always thought that global security was the business of the US. But what do I know? What do I know what business is it of the US if the biggest US trade partner possibly gets invaded in the future. Who knows? What a mystery.
Regardless of whether you're like, oh, I support Israel or I support Palestine, why is it America's business? This is about America first, right? Like, the American people first.
This person's gonna vote Trump, isn't he?
And then while that's happening, you know, the people of Flint, Michigan, the people of Jackson, Mississippi, the people of New Orleans all the way back in 2004, since 2004.
2004. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Who do you think he hates me?
You know, we're looking at the Hawaiians out in Maui. All these people fucked. The Hawaiians get a measly fucking $700 after they lose everything. You have companies like fucking BlackRock going in and fucking, you know, taking the land the government has possessed and purchasing it. And who knows what's going on with 15-minute cities. I'm not even going to go into those details in this video. So while that's happening, and we see all of this homelessness and all this drug addiction and all of this poverty, what hope? What hope? People are wondering why people are going fucking...
I don't know which one's worse. The one that was the character, the Yankee Tanky character, or this. I think this is actually worse. This person has no understanding where his country's wealth is coming from. Or we can talk about how a lot of these structures are exploitative, and we should. Also that how the distribution of wealth is bad. It is. But to go from I can't get a house and therefore aiding Ukraine is bad? Dude! Come on. I don't know. I don't get the feeling that he cares all that much about poor black communities. But he wants to protect his birthright than his own interest to protect. Yeah. It's so bizarre. Is this what we're gonna be debating? Is this unironically what we're gonna be debating? Him not being able to get a house and therefore Ukraine aid being bad? Is this unironically what's gonna happen?
People wonder why I'm going fucking crazy. Because this is the world we fucking live in. And no matter, you know, whether I drop out of politics and I drop out of social media and all that, I just log off or whatever.
You were never in politics. I'm sorry. I know I sound mean. I know this sounds pretty bad. What I'm saying, what? You were never in politics. You're not dropping out of anything. Drop out of politics. Come on. Be serious for a moment. Be serious for a moment.
Or not, I'm still going to have to work the same 60 hours, whether it's through part-time service jobs or a productive job. And I'm still never going to fucking get ahead. I'm never going to be a loner. I'm never going to be able to afford a car unless it's a piece of shit.
I'm not getting a car. I don't need a car. I have public transport.
It's going to break down on me. I'm fucked. As most Americans are. And we're fucking pissed. My birthright is fucking stolen and there's nothing I can do about that.
My birthright. Jesus. At least everybody else got the Yankee Tanky. I'm getting this. Damn. Vosh Heffels, Dylan Burns, Heaven Logan, they got the Yankee Tanky experience. I'm getting this. So, yay. This is what I'm getting. This is apparently what I deserve. Damn. Wow.
Think I have the right to be fucking angry. And yeah, I might point my fingers at a few people like Caleb Albin, who did fuck
What?
me angry. And yeah, I might point my finger.
I might point my finger. Okay. He needs to understand that it's only inspirational if you actually have anything inspirational to say. You know? If you want to be inspirational, actually inspire in some way. This is just, I don't know what this is. This is just sad. This isn't inspirational. It just makes me sadder than I was before I started watching this. True. Like,
Fingers at a few people like Caleb Albin, who did fuck me over. I'll be real with you. Caleb is not the whole picture. Caleb is just a very tiny piece of that.
what's the rest of the big picture?
What really fucked me over is this established and imperialist, global imperialist system that hijacked my fucking country and has hijacked all the countries in the West and hijacked every single, force in the world. They hijacked Japan. They hijacked Korea in the context of South Korea. They hijacked fucking,
All that because he didn't get a house. All that talk of imperialism, all that talk of bringing down the US, all that talk of being anti-imperialist, all of it is because he wants a house. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow.
Israel, Palestine, basically, right? They hijack all of the world. They hijack the whole fucking world. They force the whole world to live in poverty, and there's nothing we can fucking do about it until the multipolar world rises. And
Oh yeah, because the multipolar world famously brought prosperity to everybody. Sure. You keep telling yourself that. You know what the culmination of the multipolar world was? The ultimate symbol of prosperity. The ultimate symbol of the lack of poverty. World War One. Wow. That was great. The crowning of the multipolar world order. World War One. When all the powers' tension got so bad that they just had to go to war. That is what I dream of. I dream of a return of the multipolar world order where huge empires will just have growing tensions until the tensions will be uncontainable and we'll have another grand war between the empires. That's what I dream of. Because I can't have a house. Because I can't get a house. Wow.
that's what we're seeing. But it's not happening quickly enough for, people like us that are on the bottom. And, people that have historically been on the bottom for this whole country's fucking history. But we don't care. None of us care. We're all distracted by the same bread and circus apparatus that is part of the fucking problem that keeps us subdued and unwilling to fight.
True.
And that's why I'm fucking losing my words.
God.
He worked in Soviet.
Oh, it automatically went to the debate. Jesus, what a jump scare. Debating the most toxic tanky about Ukraine. Oh. And he's supposedly not one anymore, so that's alleyway.
I've been
So yeah, that's what happened. That is what happened. So that's what's gonna be happening tomorrow.
going fucking
So yeah, I guess that's it. What are we thinking? Kefos is ending it all apparently. What? Again? Kefos is ending it all again? According to President Sunday's stream title. President Sunday is streaming today? Is President Sunday streaming today?
crazy.
So I've got another video that I wanna. Although, let's see. Joey Schnatz. Joey Schnatz. The Yankee Tanky versus Vosh. I am no longer a communist. The reality of being manic. Russia inspires Africa. Interesting. Kefos ends it all forever again. Sorrel's reflections on violence. Saul's Kefos is ending it all forever again. Damn. So wow. As you can see, wowzers trousers, that just happened. But I've got more here prepared for you. Because there's more Ukraine stuff that I wanna go through. I've got some of my popcorn left. I started watching this and it's a doozy. Midwestern Midwestern Marks. Where do those people come from? Where are they headed? Where are they going? Where are these people headed? She does like a clickbait title. Maybe I should do more clickbait titles. Maybe that should be my thing. Uh, it should be my thing. No, Lucy, you must remain wholesome. True. But at what cost? At what cost? True. At what cost can I remain wholesome forever? Let's turn off Monster Hunter, actually. I'm not wholesome. Well, let's watch this. Let's take a look. He seems to be upper working class, middle class family who had it well and due economical decline. He got it worse in the last decade. The typical social groups fascism often feeds from. Yeah. So yeah, this video was the most revealing where he stands. I wonder what the conversation tomorrow. I wonder where the conversation tomorrow will go. That's a question.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to
Hello.
a Midwestern Marks live stream, the very first one, on the new and improved Midwestern Marks stream. I've disappeared, so as you can see, we're new to this software. We're new to Streamlabs, but we're hoping that
Midwestern Marks. Welcome.
we will be able to have an increase in our production value here. Obviously, we have been demonetized off of YouTube. Our Google AdSense account has been suspended, unsurprisingly.
We're going to be discussing Ukraine, why Ukraine is bad, why the Holodomor is a myth. It's going to be an interesting thing. It's from 1 day ago, so it's fresh off the oven.
This was a necessary transition. If you want to support us, you can still give us tips and subscriptions and or direct PayPal donations or support us on Patreon. But yeah, I'm joined here by Noah today, and we're going to have a good stream. So what's up, Noah?
No, they're just going to sort of do a weird congratulatory... They're not debating. They're talking about this Noah person. Debunking infographics on Russia, Ukraine, and talking Holodomor. So this one's going to be a doozy. It's 1 hour 41 minutes. Oh God.
What's up, brother?
Brother.
Yeah, I think it's typical that we get demonetized, right?
True.
And
typical.
None of our inquiries amount to anything.
True.
This is the problem with, platforms owned by the people
by George Soros
are openly against.
Who?
Right? They can do what they want with it when they want. I mean, and that's part of the larger problem of how modern propaganda works in the first place. Right?
What?
Oh, Barry! I mean, the amount of people.
Thank you for the $25. Thank you. Here is Goop for Lucy. Thank you.
People that get shown our
professors
stuff on YouTube versus someone who's boosted just algorithmically because they're talking about the right kind of things in the right kind of ways is a complete night and day comparison. The only place that really you can go to.
What happened? Did I mute it? Wait, did I mute it? Hold on.
The only place
No, I didn't.
that
What
really
happened?
you can go to.
Did the YouTube censor them? Whoa, 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 whoa. YouTube censored them. What's happening? It got censored by the YouTube.
We're getting, they're trying to ban.
This is like in a comedy bit. Like the only thing that would make this perfect is that if he got unmuted and was like, and that is all I have to say on this matter. That would have been just perfect. He'd be like that, and that's basically all I have to say about that. After, I don't know, talking in mute for God knows how long.
And it's
Was the mute deliberate on this guy's part? It feels like it almost. Did he deliberately just mute him?
wild, man.
Wild stuff. And now he's muted. What's going on? What sort of a conversation is this? Now he's muted. Oh yeah, those guys are gonna be debunking the Holodomor. And Ukraine, I guess. These two guys that don't know how to unmute themselves.
Shoot, I had myself muted, sorry, and I think I had Noah muted for a second there, but it is
For a second, for a bit, yeah, you did have him muted for a good while.
absolutely wild what they're trying to do with TikTok. I mean,
Jesus, hello, Glitch Master.
sound went off. Yeah, my bad. That was my fault. We should have him back now, though. Yeah, and I made a TikTok about this too, and it didn't get many views. Go figure. But I was talking about how even though
Go figure, yeah.
you'd think TikTok would want to advocate against their own censorship, but the outright censorship is going to get worse as the class contradictions become
The outright censorship.
sharper and as class struggle heats up. Like in the past year, we've seen tons of behind-the-scenes censorship. We've had the Twitter files, where we know that Democratic Party higher-ups and establishment politicians were working behind the
Jesus, we're getting into the conspiracy now.
scenes with people at Twitter to try and suppress certain kinds of stories. We had Mark Zuckerberg admitting on the Joe Rogan podcast that Joe Biden and the Biden campaign reached out to him and had him censor Hunter Biden laptop stories.
Oh boy.
We had, as Noah previously mentioned, the U.S. government forcing ByteDance to hand over all of TikTok's American servers to a company called Oracle, who, as Alan McLeod of Mint Press News has exposed and has said, is the CIA in all but name. They hired a bunch of former intelligence operatives, State Department operatives, NATO operatives as soon as they took over TikTok servers.
NATO
But
operative.
even that hasn't been working.
NATO and CIA took over TikTok, I guess. Jesus. Is that how it went?
I should pull up the tweet here that I made about it. Somebody did a breakdown of the statistics, and it's not even close.
God
How
damn.
like the pro-Israel content compared to the pro-Palestine content on TikTok. There's way more pro-Palestine content now as the Biden administration can't find a way to get their.
I'm just waiting for them to say that the pro-Ukraine content is being boosted. I'm waiting for this. I'm in the trenches waiting for this to happen, only to respond with one thing.
message out there
I'm here. I'm waiting for this.
and suppress
That's why his girlfriend left him. Wait, who left who?
this anti-genocide rhetoric. They're just moving to ban the platform completely. So just outright, out and out in the open, brazen censorship and violations of the First Amendment and the so-called right to free speech.
Yeah, it's insane. In a country that supposedly prides itself on free speech, the people are finally finding out that our speech is anything but free.
Oh, is it?
That it's impossible to even begin to consider free speech unless you have free.
It's fascinating, by the way, how these people just cannot tell the difference between the government and private social media companies, but that's besides the point, I guess.
Thought and understanding of reality that is accurate, that's realistic, for lack of a better word. We have this sort of media infrastructure in our country that gives people different conflicting views of what reality is happening, what's really going on in the world, and what we should be thinking about. And even if you go from the sort of very basic, CNN versus Fox News, right? And you don't go any deeper than that, these are people that fundamentally think the world is a different thing. And that's an issue. If you can't think about the world properly, you can't speak about it properly.
This is just babble. This was just words. These were just words lying in order. Nothing was said, basically.
And what's interesting is the word that they always use when they're censoring things like TikTok, which here I got the statistics. Pro-Palestine videos got and this is a sample of like 7 days. Pro-Palestine videos got like 7.
Hello, Glitchmaster. You're white, though.
There are 285 million views, and there were 87,000 pro-Palestine posts, compared to only 9,000 pro-Israeli posts and 64 million views, when we know for a fact the Israeli lobby is paying for pro-Israeli content, versus there's not as much going on with that.
Carlos is.
Wait, so what are you trying to? What are you trying to establish? I don't get it.
Right now is saying that they're getting no audio. So we may have a
wow,
sort of mess up here.
There's no audio at all. We have 203 people watching. They can't. Let us know in the chat if you can hear anything.
Please. Yeah, please do.
200 people listening to silence. 200 people listening to this. This is so depressing.
Carlos may have texted you before because I cut your audio out for like 2 seconds on accident.
Yeah,
I have a hard time believing that 203 people would be watching a silent stream, but
that's what I think.
Well,
too.
I can hear you. Yeah. All right.
That is so depressing that 200 people watch this. I'm losing faith in everything. I'm losing faith in the world and myself.
So, well, thanks for ruining my train of thought, Carlos. Go back to enjoying your family time like the degenerate piece of scum that you are. While Noah and I do the work of the people. Okay, thank you for letting us know in the chat. It was from earlier when I muted Noah's mic. Carlos was just trying to help, obviously.
Thank you, brother.
But what was I saying? All this pro-Palestinian content. Oh, and our buddy Chip Barnes, a former U.S. Army officer who ended up becoming, an advocate for Palestine, and really an advocate. I don't know if he calls himself a socialist or communist, but in policy, that's what he is. He exposed this Israeli live streamer that I see all the time. Or he didn't expose him. He just showed that this Israeli live streamer was making videos saying, hey, I was supposed to be paid by an Israeli NGO to make this.
They'll listen to anyone that tells them what they want to hear. Do not tell people what they want to hear.
Pro-Israeli content, and I didn't get my pay. I'm pissed. And he was making videos saying, I need to get paid. This is BS. They were mad that the propaganda I was doing wasn't good enough, so they're refusing to pay me.
What?
And then whatever lobby was paying him to make TikTok content eventually did pay him, and then the guy went right back to making propaganda. After
Can
he
we
had
get
said, I'm
to
a paid
Ukraine now?
stooge, I'm a paid propagandist, and I'm pissed that the Israeli NGOs aren't paying me what they promised, these Zionist NGOs.
Oh God.
After making that video exposing himself as a paid plant, he gets his money from the Zionist lobby and goes right back to making videos. So even with the paid influence of Zionism on TikTok, it's
And
still
then
a very
everybody clapped. I just okay.
pro-Palestinian platform, and that is what this ban is all about. It has nothing to do with connections to the Communist Party. ByteDance
Of course not.
has no connections to the Communist Party. And we can pull up videos of the ridiculous hearings that have happened in the halls of Congress where our demented and 300-year-old politicians have asked the TikTok CEO questions like, does TikTok need to hook up to the home Wi-Fi network? Just really revealing their lack of understanding of even the world that we live in today in terms of technology. Oh,
Well, here's my thing.
yeah, I had one more thing, but I'll save it for later.
No, go ahead.
Can you get
Go
to
ahead.
the
Oh, I was
point,
just gonna say how,
please?
and when they censor people like us, when they demonetize people like us, they say it's for misinformation, right? But go watch my debates with Destiny and Vaush. The amount
Vaush, of course. Go watch my debates with Destiny and Vaush.
of things that they say in those debates that are factually untrue is astronomical. It's astronomical.
Astronomical. Can you name any? Can you name any astronomically incorrect things? Midwestern marks, dude.
I mean, Vaush is guaranteeing people on that stream that Ukraine and NATO are winning the war and that they're invincible and that they're not.
Nobody ever said that Ukraine and NATO are winning the war and are when did that happen? I must have missed a pretty interesting debate. What? NATO and Ukraine are winning and are invincible. Just like that cartoon and comic book Invincible.
Not running out of ammunition and that Russia's not grinding them down and, taking lives of ammunition. Ukraine and NATO are winning the war and that they're invincible. And
When did you have that debate with Vosh again?
that they're not running out of ammunition and that Russia's not grinding them down and, taking lives of thousands of people. But they don't get banned for...
I mean, that is correct. Russia is taking the lives of thousands of people. Thousands of Russian people, soldiers.
misinformation, even when they're engaging in, other absurd, ludicrous behavior. We all know it happened with Vaush recently. No,
Vaush.
it's us who get banned for misinformation, but of course that's just because of the structure of this.
Wait. So is he saying that pro-Ukrainian voices get amplified while pro-Russia voices are being banned and demonetized? Is that this person's claim? Is this really the thing that this person is gonna stake his reputation on, whatever this person's reputation even is? Let's listen some more.
System. We know that the capitalists who we're trying to take down, the capitalist system we're trying to take down, is going to do anything they can to suppress us, and they'll use any kind of rhetoric that they can to justify that.
And this is, well, first, Vosh, he was also saying that Vladimir Putin was just a psychomaniac, right? That was invading Ukraine just because he felt like it. Like, he's just a psycho.
I mean, he didn't do it because he felt like it. He's engaging in empire building. That much is for sure, but...
Oh, man, I don't know. That's the dumbest way to just say, I really don't understand the situation and can't be bothered to think of a reason, so I'm defaulting to this wild...
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's not much better than saying, oh, it's because NATO. I'm sorry.
To guess. But the question of misinformation, I think, is interesting. And there's two ways I want to come at this. One, they assume that a connection to the Communist Party of China is a negative thing. Like, what? So what? Right? Twitter is connected to the Democrats and Republicans. We have facts about that. Do they talk about banning Twitter because of that? No, of course.
Maybe Twitter should be banned. Elon Musk is a pretty openly pro-Russian guy. Well, maybe Twitter should be banned. Maybe there's something to this, considering that the X platform owner is a pretty open Russia shill.
Of course they don't. Right? Political parties can get involved.
Maybe there's an idea here.
The question is not, is there a connection? The question is, what is that connection and how is it being used? Is it being used to suppress the truth? Is it being used to suppress actual misinformation? Or is it being used to suppress...
So what truth is being suppressed? What truth is being suppressed?
The truth while calling it misinformation, which is what they're doing. We live in this sort of world because of the sort of
ideology. Because I'm waiting for them to make their point, to just ask one question. One quick question. I'm just waiting. I'm lying in wait to be able to ask it.
Logical trajectory of our country, that definitions come first, no matter what. Word use is always contextual, right? There's no such thing as a static definition of a thing that exists in all times and places.
Okay.
That's not how language is used. You're trying to convey meaning of something.
Where did this come from?
Outside yourself, right? And so yeah. The way these things exist in reality is always within a context. The way you're speaking of them is always within a context. And so what they do is they just like abstract away from that and stay in that abstract realm where misinformation can then become, because it's abstract, whatever they want it to, right? If it goes against the narrative that they've been painting, it can become misinformation, and they'll even believe it. It's a lot like the definition mongers pretending to be communists, right? Like, China's not real socialism because they haven't abolished the commodity form. They haven't abolished the value form. Like,
well, how about China's not even socialist because the means of production are not in the hands of the workers? Well, let's just go to the basics, shall we?
All these, buzzwordy sounding things. It's just ridiculous.
Okay. I see. Buzzwordy.
I don't know.
It is ridiculous. I actually... I have a perfect example. I hate to keep bringing up Vaush so much.
Vaush.
But he is a perfect example of what Noah's talking about with these definition mongers and with these liberals who see the world from an entirely different framework from us that really makes it difficult for them to see reality. And there was a hilarious video recently. I don't know if you've seen this, Noah. It was the Vaush champion spotlight. So they're pretending like he's a League of Legends character. And there's a special move that Vaush has called postmodern jibber jabber, where basically he does what Noah's saying. He abstracts away from the real meaning of words by just definition mongering. So I want to play, I don't want to get too far off the beaten path here, but I do want to play part of this video because it's hilarious, and then skip to the part with the definition mongering because I think you're going to have a lot to say about it, Noah. You ready?
No. Yeah, let's do it, brother. I haven't seen it. I'm excited.
It's hilarious. Let me know how the audio is in the chat, please.
Welcome to this League of Politics Champion Spotlight, featuring Vaush, the Horse Lord.
Why do people wear gloves? It's obvious that my hands are cold.
Vaush is one of the 3 major champions that were released as part of the legendary political streamer expansion pack.
Jesus Christ.
which has since dominated the meta in League of Politics. He is a very powerful, dedicated tank, with a number of abilities that allow him to absorb tons of damage, drama, and general controversy.
Jesus. Oh my gosh.
Let's take a look at what this hoofed hero can do on the Rift. Bosch hails from the most elite and wealthy parts of the upper city in Piltover. As a youth, Bosch witnessed the steep inequality between the citizens of the upper city and the disenfranchised denizens of the undercity known as Zon. Driven by his deep sense of compassion, Bosch became a socialist, courageously championing the plight of the poor and dispossessed without ever actually doing anything
By the
to
way,
help.
I can't
In his
hear
quest
anything.
for
I can't see anything. Fun little new thing.
Oh,
we're
you
learning
can't
about
hear
our
it,
new
Noah?
software.
That's lame.
Yeah.
What do we do about that? Noah, could you maybe open it on YouTube and Twitch and what?
Yeah. I could. Why?
Oh my
yeah.
God.
I mean,
I don't know if that's the best way to do it. Dude, I was wondering, I'm like, how is Noah not laughing at this? When they go, champion spotlight, Vouch, the horse lord. And what did they just say? Oh, they're like, Vouch.
Even his haircut.
And then the part you missed, they're like, Vouch became a socialist, championing the poor and dispossessed without ever actually doing anything to help them.
Oh my God. This is a serious show. Okay. This is, okay. 200 people are watching this. We're watching this. I feel bad now.
It's on a delay, so I'm sort of watching it muted right now.
Okay, that.
So, yeah, whenever you want to put it back up, like I'm looking at the guy's haircut.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and skip to the postmodern jibber jabber part now. We'll see how this
Please
works.
do, and I'll put my volume on then.
Okay.
Well, if he's a Nazi.
One of his abilities is literally a fascist, where he says that whoever he's debating is literally a fascist.
He's definitely an anti-Semite.
Bosch's W is postmodern parry. Bosch enters a defensive stance, ignoring all incoming damage from the next enemy attack. First,
I'm
Bosch
watching
spends a
you
few
flip
seconds
through right
channeling
now,
the
so hold
power of
on.
moral relativism.
Whereas a moral anti-realist is of the opinion that there's no such thing as an epistemically objective morality, but they're objectively right or wrong in the framework of an intersubjective set of moral principles.
Once he's uttered the incantations, Bosch then puts his postmodern magic into practice, granting him invulnerability against even the most basic of facts.
Here's
Let's just use the
here's the part I really want Noah to see.
Okay.
example of
Jesus.
water. Maybe we could agree that water is H2O. That was true even before we knew about chemistry.
This
it was
isn't
H2O.
true.
I'm sorry?
This isn't true.
How could we know that water was H2O before we knew chemistry if H2O is a chemist term? Interesting.
Oh man, I
That
keep
water
screwing
has
up my
not always
YouTube
been
app. I
H2O?
apologize,
Yeah, all you
brother.
have to do is
What's that, Noah?
I keep screwing up my YouTube app.
cross the Mexican border, and over there it's aqua. That's H2O, not water.
Aqua means water. Aqua is water.
It's a different term.
Actually, it's agua. It's not aqua, right?
And we're referring to terms and definitions here.
No, I'm referring to water, the stuff that fills lakes and rivers.
The
I'm
stuff
not
that
talking
fills
about the word one.
many things.
You think water isn't always H2O?
Bosch's E
I'm just
boy.
kidding. I don't think it's gonna work us like doing it like this.
Also, water includes more than H2O. I mean, yeah. Water is usually not pure. Heavy water is not H2O.
So we're gonna have to figure out another system at some point.
Yeah.
So for tonight, if you want to just like watch it
Do
and
they also hate trans people? I don't know. Maybe if Midwestern Marx decides to debate me, then I will know. Then I will know.
sort of describe to me, that's
Yes.
fine by me.
So the professor and the audience saw this, so I'm explaining what they
D2O is heavy water, right?
saw. But the professor says we can agree that, you know, water is water. We can agree that, you know, water is the word, but, you know, water as a material concrete substance is separate from the word. But we know that we're talking about the same thing when we use the word water.
I guess maybe they do hate trans people.
He goes, no, no, no. Or what are you referring to when you say water? And the guy's like, things that fill lakes and rivers. Or he's like, no, no, no. You know, we can't agree on the definition of water. Because in Mexico, where they speak Spanish, they call it agua. And the professor's like, actually, it's agua, but we're still referring to the same thing. So the professor's trying to use common sense, you know, to
I love common sense. I love common sense.
say
Common
that we're
sense
referring
is
to the
so common and so sensical. I love it.
same thing concretely, and Vaush just uses this postmodern jibber jabber, you know. Well, it's the definition is different in Spanish, so how can we know that we're referring to the same thing? And the professor's like, because we know
Calling a professor is quite an overstatement. Oh.
that water fills lakes and rivers. We're talking about, you know, the same concrete substance.
Postmodern jibber jabber is the ultimate defense for the common sense attack, as far as I know about League of Legends. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I want to see when he gets to like the weird Trotskyist, even though he doesn't know it, jibber jabber part. That's gonna be a move.
You gotta watch this video when you get a chance. It's pretty hilarious, especially if you've played League of Legends.
I haven't, but it's still hilarious to me. I'm familiar enough, you know.
So I wonder if there's any way to get it so you can see the video and react with me.
There has to be once we're a little more familiar with this, because right now I'm using the browser version of our software rather than my app. So if I have the app, I'm sure there's a way for it to give like me access to your screen share or whatever it is.
Okay, so that means we're not going to be able to react to the next video, but we can react to our next subject, or we can still get into our next subject here. One sec. All right, I'm messaging our production manager, Red, so he's trying to figure something out. But for the time being, while Red tries to figure that out, let's talk about Noah's Holodomor tweet. Shall we, Noah? You want to give it an intro for this?
I mean, it's not. For some reason, these things come up every now and then, right? You'll get a wave of.
Of course it is. See, I'm like those guys. I mute myself and I just ramble on. The Holodomor is a Nazi conspiracy theory. I wonder why did I even mute? Did I sneeze or something?
Right now, Ukrainian Nazis that push all the famous Ukrainian Nazi narratives. Holodomor.
Oh yeah, of course. The famous Ukraine packed full of the famous Nazis, of course, yeah.
Or being one of them. But what's really scary is that this is becoming official curriculum in public schools in Canada already.
Oh no. This is gonna be the Wheatcroft line of logic, isn't it? I see where this is going. I bet both of these people are gonna just worship Wheatcroft now.
US, I'm not sure on, but it would be completely par for the course for them to introduce it here. And it has no factual basis in reality.
By a Nazi Jewish man.
It's become this weird political thing that you don't have to look into the scholarship on.
Have you looked into the scholarship on it? Smartass? Have you looked into it? Somehow I doubt it. Somehow I doubt you've looked into the scholarship on it, but I'm prove me incorrect, please. Prove me incorrect on this.
You just have to believe certain ones and say nothing about it, right? And so it sort of came across my desk.
Projection.
And I just did a very basic, like, hey, this is, the primary place people got it in this in the U.S. and it comes from. I mean, we'll read it.
Yes, the source of the Holodomor is the U.S.
The Ukrainian Nazis lose their mind.
Of course.
Other people
the omnipresent Ukrainian Nazis
lose their mind. The whole reply thread is just definition mongering constantly and blah 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 blah. It's crazy.
Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's so wild. It's crazy. I don't even know. It really does amaze me how much people like this just seem to hate Eastern Europeans generally. It's amazing. It's incredible. And they have 200 people watching and eating this up.
And at first I was like, how did they do this? How do they
do this? How do they
trick people? Excuse me. And I got something stuck in my throat. Sorry. How did they trick people into believing the Holodomor? But the more I've read Norman Finkelstein's The Holocaust Industry, the more...
Let me see. Let me see. Born December 1933, is an American political scientist and activist. His primary fields of research are the politics of the Holocaust and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Okay. Oh, what? The book has been controversial, receiving a number of both positive and negative reviews. The Holocaust historian Raoul Hilberg praised Finkelstein's book. I refer now to the part of the book that deals with the claims against the Swiss banks and the other claims pertaining to forced labor. I would now say, in retrospect, that he was actually conservative, moderate, and that his conclusions are trustworthy. He's a well-trained political scientist. He has the ability to do research, did it carefully, and has come up with the right results. I am by no means the only one who in the coming months or years will totally agree with Finkelstein's breakthrough. It's Stein, not Steen. Our Baruch Stier, Israeli historian Moshe Zuckerman, welcomed his book as an irreplaceable critique of the instrumentalization of the past and underlined its liberating potential. German historian Hans Mommsen called it a most trivial book, which appeals to easily aroused anti-Semitic prejudices. Oh, you sent me the thing. One moment. Thank you. Thank you. Where did you? Oh, yeah, there we go. 2. Americans, you silent kicked masses, join me in the regaling our birthright. Jesus. Oh, man. Birthright. True. Birthright. So I guess I'm gonna show it. Birthright. Add source. This is it. Done. Americans, you silent kicked masses, join me in reclaiming our birthright. Trademark. Interesting, Sophie. Interesting. I've gathered that from the wiki, somewhat. So yeah, birthright. There you go. Perfect. That could be an encouraging mother figure. I like to be. Where's the? So yeah.
Or it makes sense because, I mean, the Holodomor is based on a real famine, right? There was a famine that happened in Ukraine.
That's true. Yeah, there was. There was. Nice drawing. I know. It's really good.
What they've been able to convince people of is that it was a man-made famine by Stalin. That Stalin was purposefully trying to genocide his own people, which is untrue. And
oh, it's not true that Stalin. It's not true that Stalin tried to genocide his own people, huh? One moment.
When I look at how
it's not true. I've got an interesting quote here from Stalin actually, when he got his first report on the Polish NKVD operation. I think it speaks a lot to Stalin's attitude towards genociding his own people. The quote says, Stalin expressed his delight. Very good. Keep on digging up and cleaning out this Polish filth. Eliminate it in the interests of the Soviet Union. I don't know. Feels pretty genocidal to me. Eliminate this filth in the name of the Soviet Union. If I'd known any better, I don't know. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding something.
Zionist organizations have laundered the memory of the Holocaust and used the memory of the Holocaust to justify the actions of the Israeli state and of the Zionist entity,
Damn.
the more I understand how they've done really the same thing with the Holodomor. They've created this narrative that it was Stalin, you know, purposefully starving people.
Oh.
And then they pushed that out through funding museums, through funding the Holodomor Awareness Tour, which is where we got the Holodomor bus from, which has become a meme on this channel. There's literally...
What about Ukraine? What about Poland and all the other countries that were either directly or almost very closely involved in this whole thing?
A Holodomor bus paid for by the Canadian government that goes around and educates people about the Ukrainian famine, when really what they're doing is laundering propaganda about the Ukrainian famine. And, you know,
To what end?
the Holocaust industry, Norman Finkelstein, who wrote this, his parents
Filkenstein.
survived the Holocaust, right? He's not downplaying how horrific the Holocaust was. He's saying that these Zionist entities have taken the Holocaust, and through educational institutions, through museums, through nonprofits, they've been able to use its memory and manipulate its memory in a way
Okay.
that justifies Zionism.
Okay.
And they've done, you know, a very similar thing with the Holodomor. They propagate
Well, you're an idiot if you're using that as an example, because Finkelstein is not saying that the Holocaust was not a genocide. So if you're going to use that as an analogy, you're simply claiming that the Holodomor was a genocide, but it's just weaponized against to excuse certain actions, which is a totally different claim than the one that you're trying to make. You're an idiot for choosing this as your analogy to demonstrating that the Holodomor was not a genocide.
propagated it to the point where now, if you know,
I guess that's true. But Steen is such an American version of the...
try to have a debate about this, and what actually happened, which, you know, scholars have been debunking this Holodomor was a genocide myth for a long time.
I'm
You
sorry,
know, some
what?
people have been debunked. A debate about this, and what are now, if you know, try to have a debate about this, and
His is more of the Russian way. Oh, I see. I'm so shocked.
and what actually happened, which, you know, scholars have been debunking this Holodomor was a genocide myth for a long time.
Oh, do you mean like the scholars that I've read that said that it was genocide? You mean those scholars, or do they not count in your view?
You know, some people will call you a genocide denier, and they'll try and silence you and suppress you, and it's really quite ridiculous when,
Ridiculous.
you know,
I wonder if they would agree that the Polish NKWD operation was I have to wonder if they would accept that the Polish NKWD operation was a genocide or not. Yeah, I like the Stein thing more as well.
it's quite obvious if you look at the primary sources and scholarly research on this that the Holodomor was not a genocide, as Noah.
And yet, shockingly, I don't believe that you've looked into any primary sources or that you went in depth into scholarly research about the Holodomor. Somehow, I find it doubtful that you did any of this. You just parrot the sentiment that you've been told that those things confirm that it wasn't a genocide.
Details in this tweet.
And it's
Like, can you provide any of these primary sources that say that would sort of prove that it wasn't a genocide?
specifically not Stalin just, wanting to eat everybody's babies and their babies' babies.
Again, I refer you to the quote that I just read. Stalin expressed his delight. Very good. Keep on digging up and cleaning out this Polish filth. Eliminate it in the interests of the Soviet Union. How interesting. But Stalin didn't just want to kill everybody and eat their babies. Of course not. Of course not.
Right? It's not the typical narrative on it is Stalin was very upset that these pesky Ukrainians wanted their freedom because he wanted to take it away because he was a mean guy, right?
Well, no. He wanted to take away Ukrainian national identity because to him, the peasant question was fundamentally a nationalist question. And he felt that it was a huge mistake that Lenin did before him, who said that all the states within the Soviet Union are there voluntarily, and if they so wish, they can leave. And Stalin did not see it that way. If you're in the Soviet Union, you cannot leave. We must squash and destroy all national identity and all national aspiration and create the Soviet man, the Soviet citizen. That was the logic, not that he was mean. Because Ukraine just leaving the Soviet Union would be a pretty big problem for the Soviet Union, wouldn't it? For many reasons. And Ukrainian people were very keen on having their own country, so.
And there are actual telegrams from Stalin chewing out the local I think it's the Kharkov and Kiev, like local officials for handling the response so poorly and for relaying barely any information.
Show me those telegrams. Don't point to some telegrams that you say exist. Show them. Show the telegrams. I don't believe you. I just don't believe you. Show me the telegrams, or they don't exist.
Because what he's trying to do is organize relief efforts because there are great...
Oh, the relief efforts that were banned from going to Ukraine. Those relief efforts that we actually have the documentation to prove were banned in Ukraine. Maybe I should just look it up now. Although that would be pretty difficult for me to find on the spot the exact document that speaks of relief being basically banned. Relief was forbidden. This is silly. This is silly nonsense. Whereas
shortages. People will die. People are dying, right? And it's
it's just this. Wow.
Like, look at the actual telegrams. It's very
show them. Show the telegrams.
Very clear how Stalin feels, and if you put it in the context of Stalin's real. To take a step back.
Let's take a step back.
Theoretical contribution to Marxism
is nothing. It's that Stalin did not have any theoretical contribution to Marxism.
Is on the issue of the materiality of nations, right? The bourgeois nation state creates particular forms of the proletariat. And those are that's within all of these different forms, right? These proletarian sections of society everywhere.
Okay.
His work on this leads to what becomes proletarian internationalism in this this era. It leads to the Soviet of nations. It leads to native language campaigns, native culture campaigns,
which were banned, which were, I think, when Lenin was alive and were just destroyed during Stalin. What do you mean?
Education in the native tongue of wherever, whatever you know.
Yeah, it was under Lenin, not under Stalin.
Republic you're from or whatever. So to think that he's singling out Ukrainians is ridiculous, especially when you add this second fact.
It actually makes perfect sense that he's singling out Ukraine because Ukraine was largely an agricultural society, and it was the biggest amount of people. It was the biggest group apart from Russians in the Soviet Union. So of course he'd pay special attention to Ukraine. Like, that is perfectly sound. What?
More Kazakhs died than Ukrainians.
That is a silly argument. More Jewish people died than the Roma people. Therefore, there was no Poraimos. The Poraimos genocide is a lie because of the Holocaust. That is what this person is saying. More Jewish people died than the Roma. What now? There was no Roma genocide during World War II. That is the takeaway.
So it's like the logic doesn't add up. And even bourgeois researchers have been saying this for a long time. Wheatcroft and Getty both said it's...
I knew that they were jerk off Wheatcroft. I knew it. Because it's the only guy they can point to. They always say that all of the scholars disagree that the Holodomor was a genocide, but then magically they can only point to one, Wheatcroft. What a shock.
Absurd to even remotely think of it like this, right? And then more recently, Mark Tauger, who's a very, very famous famine expert, did a report on it. And it's all like little reasons all adding up to one tragic occurrence.
Yes, one tragic occurrence of food confiscation in Ukraine in particular.
That's what it is, a tragedy. And to turn that into this pro-Nazi, anti-working class political project and propaganda project is absolutely disgusting.
100%. I think we should go through your tweet here because it's pretty solid in debunking the myth here. He says the primary source for the Holodomor is the fascist Hearst media cartel and not fascist.
I'm sorry, what?
Just in that Hearst was mean and hated communists. Fascist that he literally paid Mussolini to write op-eds for him. So there's the source of this this myth that's now wide.
No, what? This is illiteracy at its finest. Gareth Jones, who first went to the West to report on the Great Famine and its atrocities, was not even from the US. Like, what's happening here? What do you mean it was everything? Oh, of course, according to these people, everything that they don't like was born in the US. Even if it spits in the face of all facts on the matter.
Widely believed, in that you can now get accused of being a genocide denier for denying.
Yeah, if you deny genocide, you're a genocide denier. That's true. That is generally speaking true.
And someone says here the fascist networks that promoted this myth were taken over by the CIA after World War II, which is
of course, CIA as again. Chief Burns controls everything at all times in history. Of course, it's all the It's all the work of the CIA. It was all created, manufactured in the US, of course. Baka Bernie. Of course, it all goes back to the CIA. I bet Gareth Jones, the journalist that first broke the story about the Holodomor, he was just a CIA shill.
Great point. You know exactly what happened. They continued to launder that myth because it helped them with Cold War propaganda. It helped,
of course, yeah, of course,
them with this equating
the Cold War propaganda in 1933, when the topic of the Holodomor was first brought up. In 1933, long before the Cold War was even a thing. It's incredible. Great. Amazing. Of course it's all about the Cold War. Even long before the Cold War even started, it was already all about the Cold War and the CIA.
Of the Soviet Union with Nazi Germany, which became so popular among
I'm sorry, what?
Soviet Union with Nazi, that helped them with this equating of the Soviet Union with Nazi Germany, which became so popular among.
You're right. Equating is bad. In fact, in some periods of history, the Soviet Union was far worse because Nazi Germany couldn't do what the Soviet Union did.
Among the Western imperialists after World War II, you have the CIA-backed book, The Origins of Totalitarianism by.
Too bad that the topic of the Holodomor started way before the Cold War.
Anna Arendt, which is, creates this new concept called totalitarianism that can lump together fascist and communist countries. And then you have the creation of the Holodomor, which even sounds like Holocaust. You know, the name was even created.
Wow. Yeah, sure. The Holodomor was created during the Cold War. Surely. You're not illiterate on the subject at all. You're so well read on the topic of the Holodomor. You sure went to the primary sources and to the scholarly works. You sure outdid yourself.
To sound like the Holocaust. It's really nothing but a propaganda.
No, it's not. It's just two Ukrainian words: hunger and death. In Russian pronunciation, you would say Golodomor, and suddenly it doesn't sound like the Holocaust at all. What now? This is just stupid.
Tool to equate the Soviets and the Nazis, who the Soviets defeated. But Noah goes on to say Hearst's official Soviet correspondent refused to write what he was told to. As he said, he witnessed nothing of the sort. The actual writer went by the alias Thomas Walker, and he is quite a character. You want to talk about Thomas Walker a little bit, Noah, and who that is?
Yeah,
You're just gonna ignore Gareth Jones in this little fantasy story of yours.
I don't have the post pulled up, but Thomas Walker, I forget the guy's real name, was the alias he writes these articles under. I want to clarify something as well. I sort of had some clumsy language in the first part where I said primary source. What I meant was it was the source primarily used rather than the.
Excuse me? What? I have to listen to this again.
The first source in a chain of source.
What the fuck?
The source primarily in the first part where I said as well. I sort have had some clumsy language in the first part where I said primary source. What I meant was it was the source primarily used.
What? So when I said primary source, I didn't actually mean primary source. I just meant a primarily used Okay, sure. Sure. Also, thanks, Caras. This, wow. I swear, these people.
Rather than the first source in a chain of sources, so like a primary source. You know what I mean?
Why did you add the quotations here rather than a primary source? What are you doing? Why the quotation fingers here when you say rather than primary source? You should be doing these when talking about your primary source, primarily used source. Yeah. Pretty. Oh! FT Mongoose is raiding with a party of 21. Hello! Hello, hello! Oh my gosh! Mongoose! Oh my gosh, I didn't expect that. Thank you. Now I have a Twitch audience of 24. Wait, was that a raid from Liz? Is that a... It was... Oh my gosh. From Malcolm. Okay, because mongoose makes me think of the mongoose. You know? You remember the mongoose? The Twitter, the Discord, the Mongoose Academy? That we did a logo for, etc. The Mongoose Academy from the RGR server. Damn. The lore goes deep. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Wow. I can't believe I have a Twitch audience now in addition to the YouTube one. We're watching a video on the Holodomor together because I just like talking about genocide. Wow, sucks. It's been a while. I remember I showed you my face before I showed my face to anybody. And I even talked to you before I talked to basically anybody. Those were the days, weren't they? Yeah, I've been very school stuck. School stuck? What happened? Yeah, Mongoose Academy. That's a very nice topic. Just exams and stuff, many exams. I hail from the RGR community, don't you know? Those were my humble beginnings when I did not speak. I did not have a face. I was a faceless, voiceless streamer. That was a thing that I did. And then I slowly trained to have a voice. Then I went to have a VTube avatar slowly. And then now I'm here with my voice and my face. And then some other things happened recently. So yes. Carry on with your content though. Sounds interesting. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sags. Okay. You do cover depressing topics, but I always learn things from your streams. Maybe that's why people stay clear from watching this. Because I cover a lot of depressing topics in a really dry way. Without humor. Without the energy and the humor. Okay, let's continue.
Different,
So yes, the Holodomor, exactly. Because the whole Holodom by hunger cannot otherwise sound the same as Holocaust. It was surely a propaganda and time machine was used. True. It's just silly. It's just silly.
no definition mongering, but that one's on me. Anyway, so Thomas Walker is a guy that gets arrested in the U.S.
Okay.
for breaking an anti-slavery law.
What?
Doing what's called human trafficking nowadays.
Okay.
He is transporting women across state lines for the purposes of sex.
Okay.
Prostitution.
How this is linked to the Holodomor, this still eludes me, but we'll about to. Oh, thank you, Sophie. Thank you.
And
what communities do you recommend me in, if it's okay to ask?
Also, marriage swindle. I don't know what that one entails, but it sounds like
I also have no idea what marriage swindle has to do with the Holodomor.
Timey con man finding an old rich lady, right? Anyway, so he gets in trouble at multiple jobs in the Soviet Union and fired from them for loafing. Now, here's the thing. The time he was in the Soviet Union doesn't match the shortage eras in Ukraine. And you can see this stamped on his shortage eras in the Soviet Union from them for loafing. Now, here's the thing. The time he was in...
So, we're just going to ignore the existence of Gareth Jones. Literally, we're going to... The existence of Gareth Jones is so... inconvenient to this whole story. It's just that he's gonna just be ignored. Gareth Jones apparently didn't exist in this universe. Maybe this was the guy invented the time machine to make sure the by hunger in Ukrainian sounds similar to Holocaust. True. That is a very, it's like Command and Conquer. They used a time machine to prevent something and they created something else instead.
The Soviet Union doesn't match the shortage eras in Ukraine.
Oh.
And you can see this stamped on his passport.
Oh. And that demonstrates what exactly? What is the significance of this Thomas Walker dude to anything, to the claim that the Holodomor was or was not genocide? Where are you going with this?
But he says he witnesses all these things. He has these photos collected in the Hearst newspaper. I forget which one. The photography department were testifying when he went to court that he was asking them for famine photos and war photos, and then having them retouched and selling them.
What about Gareth Jones? Again, Gareth Jones was then when it was happening. He was the first person to break this story.
Evidence of this Holodomor, right? And so this all comes out when he goes to court.
Red alert.
It comes out that he actually gets kicked out of the Soviet Union for attempting to smuggle a saboteur white guard like around the place for sabotage and then escape, right? Like, so someone actively engaged in committing treason, and they kick him out. Now, rather than kill him, which if you follow the narrative, Stalin would have killed him and then ate his baby, right? So again, it's just weird. Like, this is the guy
I have no.
They go to trust. If you search the internet under Holodomor in an image search, those Walker photos still show up.
What? I'm sorry. Where are the Walker photos? What are you... What?
That's the source. I mean, it's ridiculous.
What's the what? I swear, this just sounds like the ramblings of a loon.
It is. It is quite ridiculous. Never got to mention too in a similar way. Like, and I want to be careful saying this because you don't.
Yeah, do be careful, please.
Want to, you know, you don't want to discount people's experiences and their family memories and their family heritage. But there was a Ukrainian who left a comment in one of our YouTube videos about the Holodomor a while back that said, one thing that I've realized is that my Ukrainian relatives have done a really good job propagating this myth. But you know, their sources for the myth aren't that great. So similar to the way that, you know, Cuban gusanos push anti-Cuban, anti-communist propaganda, a lot of anti-communist Ukrainians throughout the years have pushed this and handed this myth down to their kids. And I remember Carlos had a debate in his school once about the Holodomor with a Ukrainian kid, and he was trying to explain, you know, what the source of the Holodomor actually is and how it's, you know, a load of bourgeois.
What the fuck? What?
Propaganda, and the kid basically ended up saying, "Well, are you calling my grandparents liars? You know, are you calling my family a liar?" And that's where you get into a brick wall with some people, where it's hard because they've been passed these myths down through generations, and they've been taught, like, because you're, you know, because of your Ukrainian roots, you are correct about this, and nobody can tell you different. And
wow. Where do you even begin with this? Where do we even to begin with? Wow. Of course, yeah, it's just a bunch of bourgeoisie propaganda that was created for the purpose of the Cold War in the 30s, before the Cold War was even a blimp on it, because before the Cold War was even an idea. That's definitely what happened. That is definitely what happened, and that is definitely the story that we should all stick to. And Gareth Jones was just an agent, even though he's not even mentioned here.
That's where it becomes difficult to have a lot of these conversations. But
don't tell me my lived experience, Eddie.
Right.
Not everyone's lucky like I am, where I can say, well, are you calling my grandparents liars?
Right.
You know, where they're actually from the Soviet Union. So it's really difficult when
Wow.
And you get this response a lot, whether it's true or not. And most of the time, I have a feeling it's actually not true. But whatever,
you have a feeling. Okay, you have a feeling it's not true. Got it.
Times it is. The way I usually sort of handle it is, it's not an issue of lying or not. Just because you're from somewhere and experiencing something doesn't mean you understand it or are correct about it.
Okay.
Like we were saying at the beginning, the thing I think I was muted for, we live in a world where reality can become distorted for us by others for particular reasons.
Oh.
All of the liberals who say that, you know, Donald Trump is a fascist, right? And if he gets elected again, we're all going to get killed in his fascism or whatever. They genuinely believe this.
Or do we have a Stalinist Trumper? I mean, it doesn't surprise me one bit. Russia really apparently loves Trump now, to the point that they signed Russian artillery shells with MAGA 2024 signatures. So I guess that shouldn't surprise me at all, now that I think about it.
Years from now, you know, our great-great-grandkids or whatever can be having an argument like, what? Are you calling my grandfather Noah a liar because he said Trump wasn't a fascist? He was there, man, to someone whose grandparents say he was. You know what I mean? you have to go deeper than the views of individuals.
Jesus.
100%. Right. It's just as easy as that. Does every American grasp what's going on with American politics because they're from America? Of course not.
Precisely, and that's what and actually I'm going to be doing another one of these very soon. The Marxism meets MAGA series I do with.
Oh, what? Marxism meets. Oh, fuck me. Is this dude a MAGA communist? Is he one of those? Oh God, MAGA meets. Wow. MAGA meets Mark. Of course, wow. Why am I even surprised remotely?
Osiris from the Middle MAGA show. That's what came to his mind was, like Stalin sounds a lot like Trump to me.
Holy shit. No, he doesn't. I'm sorry, you can say, even this guy called Midwestern Marx awkwardly laughed when he heard that. When he heard this brilliant claim. No, they don't. You can say whatever you want about Stalin. He sounds nothing like Trump. Yeah, sure. Sure. Stalin sounds exactly like Trump. Sure. Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't, their policies or anything like that. It was the way the media treats them.
The way the media treats them. Well, that's also bullshit. That's bullshit on all accounts. Because Trump is treated by the media by this wild, unpredictable, clownish figure almost. And Stalin was very much not treated like a wild, unpredictable loon. Stalin was treated very seriously internationally. Like, their press could not be different. What the... Stalin was cold, collected, and planning, and overbearing, and wanted to have micro control over everything. He micromanaged everything. Trump is not that in the slightest meaning of the word. Like, we literally have documents of Stalin having his own private garden, which he just micromanaged daily. His daily orders are documented. You must plant this sort of vegetable. You must do this here. You must do that there. He was a micromanager of things. Trump is not that. Not at all. It's just, wow. Also, Trump's a showman, and Stalin was not. Stalin did not depend on his showmanship when it came to grasping the reins of power. Holy crap. Holy crap.
He was saying, like, 50 years from now, like, what if, the New York Times goes down in history as the narrative?
Right. Yeah, it's a great point. And I've heard the quote.
New York Times? Are you really gonna invoke the New York Times?
Too.
Wait, holy crap. These
Right.
people are so illiterate on everything. What?
Goes down in, like, what if, the New York Times, 50 years from now, like, what if, the New York Times goes down in history as the narrative?
The New York Times was the newspaper that famously spread the Holodomor skepticism. It printed the infamous article, Russia hungry but not starving. How can you say that? How can you say that Stalin was treated by the media the same as Trump if the New York Times printed an article that said that the famine may be bad and the Russians are hungry, but they're not starving, and it's just and that Gareth Jones was just fear mongering, quote unquote, against the Soviet Union. How can you say such blatant, weirdly dishonest things?
Right. Yeah, it's a great point. And I've heard the quote too. You know what they do with the news. Now imagine what they've done with history.
Yeah, Trump is in a different category.
You know they're lying to you about current events. You think now imagine what they've done with history. You know what they do with the news. Now imagine what they've done with history.
Right? I know. Their lying article about the Holodomor not being a genocide. You really missed the mark on this one, haven't you? You didn't. You don't even know about the New York article that tries to present the Holodomor not as genocide. Russians hungry but not starving. Wow. Okay then.
You know they're lying to you about current events. You think they're not lying to you about the past? It's almost more important for.
True. I think they are. I think the New York Times lied about the past. Correct. We can agree on this. Thank you. What that means, I guess we agree that the Holodomor was a genocide.
For them to distort the past. I want to say real quick, because we have 425 viewers in here, which is amazing. Welcome.
What? How? Why? What? Is this for real? Why? I'm really getting salty about this.
Everybody, and thank you for being
Why? Why this garbage getting so
with us. We have recently been demonetized from YouTube.
Oh God.
Our Google AdSense account was suspended.
What? Excuse me? This YouTube account got... Sorry.
Google AdSense been demonetized from YouTube. Our Google AdSense account was suspended. Google AdSense for weeks hasn't given us an answer as to why, nor have they given YouTube support a reason as to why. So patreon.com/MidwesternMarks is the best place to support us, or you can donate directly to our PayPal. There's a link on the front page of our website if you scroll down. We've also got Buy Me a Coffee. So looking for ways to raise our revenue now that we're being cut off from our sources of funding, which we've expected to happen for a long time now.
Why? Is it because you speak against Ukraine, as opposed to people like Dylan Burns who speak for Ukraine? So of course his YouTube is sitting pretty. Oh wait, no, it's demonetized. So it has nothing to do with the bullshit you're spouting. How is this even?
Yeah, unfortunately, neither Putin nor the Communist Party of China are funding us, as so many people seem to tell us on social media.
Yes.
Ha 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 ha. That was an amazing display of humor. I'm laughing. My sides are in pain from the laughter.
If only Putin was as generous as they make him out to be.
Right.
Oh, look, there's our little banner asking you to join our Discord. Follow on TikTok. That's based. Thank you to Fernando, our production director, for those cool graphics. But anyways, the famous Walker photos are still used, as Noah explained.
What famous Walker photos?
Now, there were very, 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 very bad shortages of grain at the time, a mix of the rapid change in how food production...
No, there were very, very bad confiscations of the grain. And a lot of the grain spoiled while being transported.
was being carried out, mixed with the sabotage efforts of the kulaks and various other counter...
Oh, sabotage efforts of the kulaks. Can you name any sabotage efforts by the kulaks? This is... Oh yeah, by the way, the main culprits of the Holodomor, the Soviet Union, of course, blamed Polish people for the Holodomor because the Polish people were trying to do espionage and sabotage. It was all for the fault of the Polish people, and therefore the Soviet-wide Polish NKVD operation was necessary.
Revolutionaries using the situation for their cynical political ends and to drive
Yes, millions of Ukrainians cynically starved to death.
up the prices so kulaks could maintain profitability and not be undercut
As
by
they obviously did, of course.
rapidly expanding collective farms, bad weather, etc. There were excesses and mistakes by local officials, something the Soviet archives prove Stalin and the Politburo were trying to rectify in order to save as many lives as possible.
Of course.
There are multiple competing theories on the actual causes of this, and no, none of them are the ridiculous Stalin wanted to punish Ukraine or any nonsense like that, which is never...
There is no such theory as Stalin wanted to punish Ukraine. Punish for what? Well, this is... What does that mean, punish Ukraine? What is that supposed to mean?
stated, implied, or anything of the sort in any documentation, official or otherwise. For me, the best explanation is given by American famine expert Mark Calvary.
Oh, American, another Western source.
And read his research and conclusions here. Absolutely. There's no evidence that exists for Stalin purposefully starving these people. The only...
Oh, no? What about his whole speech about peasants being fundamentally part of the national question?
The evidence that exists is him trying to, as Noah said, manipulate things so that less people starve. He was greatly concerned with preventing, shortages as much as possible. And
by confiscating grain and food. Was that how he tried to prevent starvation? By confiscating food?
Getting as much people food as possible, because of course they were trying to establish the first worker state. They were trying to establish the first socialist economy. What sense would it make for them to just start starving their own people for no reason? Or what sense would it make for Stalin to eat all his people's grain with one big giant spoon?
Right, or their babies. I think there's a direct quote. I'm gonna screw up the quote, but he said something to the
Oh, apologies. I don't know. Western experts are superior, don't you know, Lucy? True. Interestingly enough, no Eastern European source on the Holodomor. How interesting is that?
Along the lines
that's just great.
Hoarding grain at a time of a famine or a shortage is tantamount to murder, right?
Interesting seeing how the USSR hoarded grain and then exported it for cash for the industrialization effort.
If you're preventing people from eating and they're dying from that.
And that is exactly what the Soviet Union did?
In order to profit for yourself, you're killing them. That's what you're doing.
Okay. You're describing the Holodomor. Go on.
The local officials that were taking too much grain in the requisitions and hoarding it themselves got punished incredibly harshly.
Well, yeah, because if they kept it for themselves, they did not go for the export. Of course. Are you an idiot?
It's just the whole...
Do you know what the whole purpose of the collectivization was, even?
It's no matter what the communists do, the ruling class is going to spin things to make us look evil.
Us? What do you mean us?
Person can see this, can understand this, but for some reason, until it's sort of spelled out and shoved in your face, we don't think about it.
Yeah, it's hard. You're not taught to question things.
What
and,
question?
You know, it takes
Toss
a lot
it.
of digging to get to the truth, but you know, that's what we're here for.
Oh yeah, you sure dag into the truth.
That's what organizations like ours are here to do is dig out the truth.
Oh
that
yeah, you sure dag deep. You sure dag deep.
you guys aren't getting from mainstream media. So yeah, any
Mainstream media like the Polish scholars. Okay.
last words on the Holodomor?
Ha 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 ha. By the way, the Holodomor is a term that is also used by the people that don't say that it's a genocide, because even they say that it was a horrible tragedy that happened. So mocking the name Holodomor just basically mocks the people that died in the Great Hunger. Whether you believe it was a genocide or not, mocking the name Holodomor just simply means that you're basically mocking all the people that starved. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you for this.
No, I'm good, brother.
Okay. So Fernando has an idea. If you and me are to start a Discord call, and then I could share my screen with you on
We're
Discord.
gonna be debunking Russia, Ukraine, I guess. And if not, then I'm just gonna.
And as long as you mute your mic on Discord, we should be able to react. You want to try that?
Let's do it, brother.
All right, I'm starting a voice call with you on Discord now.
And I'm muted on there.
Yes, perfect. Okay. So now I'm sharing.
See, this
my
is why we
screen.
have a production team. Because I'm old and stupid.
Well, that's true. I'm not gonna. If you're saying it yourself, I'm not gonna deny it. I'm not one to deny a person's truth.
Yeah, I don't know what we could have done about this.
By the way, I want to say a special
I'm
thank
not
you
gonna deny your personal truth.
to the guys on the production team
For
who are
real.
doing a phenomenal job. All the stuff you're seeing right now is their hard work. All of the sort of upgrades all of our social media has gotten lately, it's their hard work. So thank you to Red and Lucas and Mo and Sebastian and Jordan and who am I forgetting?
There's quite a few people now.
Yeah,
They're all in
there's
the
a lot.
credits, but they're awesome.
They'll be on the Thank you guys. All of you are doing an amazing job.
Absolutely. All right, Noah, can you see the screen?
Let's do it.
All right, let's give this a shot. Let us know how it is in the chat, please. And Noah, obviously, let me know if you can hear it.
Russia.
When Russia began its full-scale invasion of Ukraine back in 2022, the world stood by in terror, as the initial fear was that the capital of Kyiv and then the country might fall in a matter of days.
You hear everything all right, Noah?
I'm good. I'm excited that the world stood by in terror.
Days. This was due to a variety of factors, including a much smaller military, economy, and less advanced equipment than what the Russian military initially possessed. But Ukraine proved the world wrong. So with all that's happened since
Well,
then,
actually, as famous, well, not famous in the West, as a certain book has said, in 2015, the Russian army was paper tiger, a PR stunt.
how do Ukraine and Russia compare with each other now? At the beginning of the full-scale invasion,
How has Ukraine proved the world wrong? I'm sorry to stop it already, but
By not allowing the whole thing to end in 3 days, like Russia has announced, by not losing Kyiv, by pushing Russia back and getting back 50% of the territory that Russia has initially gained. But by doing that, but most of all, by not falling in 3 days, like Russia said that it would. What do you mean? How has Ukraine proven the world wrong? Are you an idiot? Oh, that's true. We do need a people Ukraine emote. Jesus, like this.
Western media has been saying that Ukraine's gonna win, Ukraine will win, Ukraine is winning.
That's bullshit. That's not what's been happening when in the first days of the invasion. No. Like, everybody was afraid that Ukraine would actually not hold. What do you mean? Is this a joke?
You know, the Ukrainian counteroffensive is devastating Russia and embarrassing Putin.
Oh, God. So now we're jumping 1 year ahead.
And none of it's been true. All that we've seen is more, sadly, more Ukrainians passing away.
Oh, sadly. Now you're sad. I assure you far more Russians have passed away, by the way.
Or more Ukrainians dead. I can't say the word dead on TikTok, so I'm used to using filler words. But
oh, God.
Yeah.
Right, we've seen more Ukrainians died to the point where the average Ukrainian soldier is like 40 years old now.
Are you kidding me? We're getting into more conspiracy theories about all the young people were killed, so all that's left are the 40-years old, when that's not true at all. That's just... Oh, God, that was explained so many times. And yet people keep pushing this bullshit.
Because everyone else has fled the country or dead. So the Ukraine...
Oh, yeah, everybody just fled the country or dead. There are no young people in Ukraine. Absolutely not. No students, no nothing. That's just... Everybody's either fled or dead. Just so you know.
Ukrainian infrastructure has been pummeled. More and more people have died, and Russia's just continued to take ground and take ground and take ground, and Ukraine has continued to lose. So they haven't defied any expectations. Like, if you have been following military analysts like Scott Ritter, who aren't beholden to the U.S. State Department and the military industrial...
Is he some hack? Well, let's look him up. It sounds familiar. Scott Ritter. American author, former United States Marine Corps intelligence officer, former United Special Weapons Inspector, and conflict. Oh, that one. Oh, God. Oh, now I know. The pedo. Oh, God. That's. Oh, yeah. That military. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I'm not good with names. I just. Wow. Ukraine has very different rules who can have exception of conscription drafting, and young people more easier get it. Yeah, because it's because of the demographic sort of crisis, because of the aging society. There is a reason for these rules. This is the military analyst that they're gonna cite, that they're gonna quote. The pedo. Okay. This is great. This is, yes, Scott Ritter is gonna be their man. Holy crap. That's just...
complex. They've been calling it like it is from the very beginning. They've been saying that Ukraine is doomed and that they're not winning from the very start. And you know what we've heard, even from leaks from the U.S. State Department and whatnot, they've been right. They've been correct the entire time, and now they're...
Can you show me the leaks? This is just stupid.
Like military think tank analysis group saying that the West and NATO are running out of supplies to give to Ukraine. And
the U.S. is running out of supplies. The U.S. is running out of supplies. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? The U.S. is running out of supplies to give to you.
Ukraine's on the West and NATO are...
Okay, the West.
Like military...
Well, but the West includes the U.S. The U.S. is not outside of the West.
Think tank analysis group saying that the West and NATO are running out of supplies to give to Ukraine, and Ukraine's on their last legs, just like Ritter has been telling.
Holy shit. No, the U.S. is not running out of supplies. It's just not giving them. Your best source is a convicted pedophile and a known hack. Perhaps you should re-examine your sources. Perhaps.
Us from the beginning. So Ukraine hasn't really defied any expectations.
How is it a full-scale invasion when there's less than 100,000 troops there?
What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what? The strength of Russian invading forces, including Russia-controlled people's militias of DPR and LPR, is estimated at 190,000 personnel. The strength of Russian forces fighting at 24 February 2024 is estimated at 500,000.
How is it a full-scale invasion when there's less than 100,000 troops there? I mean, they were getting 1 million troops mobilized and ready that aren't there. This is nothing approaching a full-scale invasion.
Are you an idiot?
The sort of power and technological prowess of the Russian military is the absolute top of the world.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh, of course. If only Russia would have mobilized its millions upon millions of soldiers and used its actual real military equipment that's top of the line, then Ukraine would have fallen in a day. But since Russia is just basically doing the equivalent of, I don't know, playing around, it's just sending people to die by the thousands for no reason, apparently, since Russia could be ending this whole thing like that because it has the abundance of military equipment that's state of the art. Holy moly. Mind blown. Mind blown. Oh my gosh. Okay, Yankee Tanky is better than this duo. These two are not entirely there. Yankee Tanky at least is not pretending to know or care. Oh my god. Oh, this cannot be real. But it is. Alas, it is. Holy crap. Russia is slowly winning, guys. True. Wait till it's till it sort of unleashes its real capabilities. Just you wait. Just you wait, please. God damn it.
It's as good as it possibly can be.
I'm okay. This I will agree with this. I will agree with this sentence. It is indeed as best as it can possibly be. Holy crap.
This is not a full-scale invasion. If it was a full-scale invasion, it would have been over a long time ago.
Oh my god, he did say it! He said it! Oh my god, he said it! He said it! He said it! Then why are Russian soldiers dying by the thousands? Is it a meme? Are Russian soldiers dying by the thousands for shits and giggles? Wow. He said it. Oh. Ah. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. By the way, just a note, it seems just in Avdiivka, the Russian army lost more people than in the whole 10 years of Soviet-Afghan war. Yeah, it doesn't seem like that. It is fact. They did. And that is not a Western source. Russian war bloggers said it. Those who are in Russian. Yeah, I know. I know. This is just ridiculous. That's just... So what? Is Russia just letting that happen for laughs? To troll its own army, to troll its own people? You know, we have state-of-the-art equipment. We have state-of-the-art everything. But actually, we sort of decided that we will just let you all die, because if we actually used our real might, then this whole thing would have been over a long time ago. I cannot believe what's happening. I cannot believe my ears. My senses must be... This is out of this world. Now I want to debate these people. This is unreal. This is Unreal Engine. Russia could totally win against NATO. Of course, they have the best equipment that there could possibly be. After all, they've got the best. So why is it taking them 2 years? It's because they're not trying really, and it's not a full-scale invasion. That's why. They're just not trying. They're just, you know, it's all a meme to them.
This is them playing realpolitik as well. And
yeah, this is them playing realpolitik just for the laughs. Holy shit.
Also trying to be as humanitarian as humanly possible.
As humanitarian, by bombing cities, by transferring children from one group to the other, by mass executing people and dumping them into mass graves. Is that the most humanitarian way? Like, I'm actually really scared to ask what the least humanitarian way would be. What is the least humanitarian way if this is the most humanitarian way that we're getting?
Still denazify. You gotta understand that this whole thing is under the context of the problem of Banderist Nazism.
Oh yeah, of course. That's like the Banderism that's so prevalent and so omnipresent in all of Ukraine, especially the East, when Bandera is absolutely hated. But of course.
Been there.
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna get into that. Let's play the video a little bit. Sorry, I don't mean to cut.
That has been there.
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna get into.
It's been there since times memorial. Of course, the Banderism.
that. Let's play
Yeah,
the
yeah.
video a little bit. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but we're gonna get into that, I'm sure.
Yeah, you do. It's all right.
Okay.
Recently released U.S. intelligence reports estimate that 360,000 Russian troops poured across the border in the early morning hours of February 24, 2022. The most current U.S. estimates of Russian military casualties showed that 315,000 of these soldiers are now dead, wounded, captured, or missing. The number of dead is around 120,000. However, even though this
Those are the most inflated numbers I've ever heard in my life.
I'm sorry, what?
However, even are now dead. U.S. estimates of Russian military casualties showed that 315,000 of these soldiers are now dead, wounded, captured, or missing. The number of dead is around 120,000. However, even though this
Those are the
Yeah, it's so inflated. After all, you just said that there's less than 100 Russian soldiers in Ukraine, period.
most inflated numbers I've ever heard in my life. But.
True.
astonishing 87% casualty rate among Russia's regular military is staggering. The true extent of Russia's losses is even worse. Even before this became a full-scale war.
Yeah.
What is an 87% casualty rate?
Yeah, what does that even mean?
Wow. I cannot believe I have to. It means that a force attacks and the casualty is on average 87% of that attacking force. Is this for real? This cannot be real. This is trolling. I'm being trolled. I'm being trolled by these people in real time. This cannot be. This just can't be. I just refuse to believe this is serious. This is some sort of a parody. They're in characters like the Yankee Tanky was. They're just playing characters. There's no other explanation. They're just playing characters. It's around 17,000 lost just in the Soviet-Afghan war. It was 15,000. Yeah. In 10 years. Not in the time period that. Oh, man.
Does that mean 80%, 87% of their soldiers they're saying are now casualties? Because that's what the sentence structure implies.
Which
That's
is
insane.
such a stupid thing to say.
Oh, my God.
Right?
To even suggest. Yeah, it's the numbers are inflated, but every time there's a leak.
How do you know?
Or every time we get an update on what the actual numbers are, for one, they're very close to the numbers that are being released by the Russian government.
What? Give me the numbers.
The estimates that are being released by the Russian government. And two, we find that the U.S. has been downplaying Ukrainian casualties by, inflating Russian casualties.
Okay.
And there are actually thousands of dead Ukrainians who aren't even being reported on in the West because they're trying to downplay it and convince people that Ukraine is winning, which of course is leading to.
Who is trying to persuade people that Ukraine is winning? The U.S. is withdrawing aid. Everybody's saying that Ukraine is in a critical position. Everybody's saying that Ukraine is facing a critical shortage of ammunition. What world are you living in where you think that everybody's trying to convince everybody that Ukraine's sitting pretty and winning? What sort of media do you consume? That you're under an impression that everybody's saying that everything's going well. What exactly is your media diet?
To more and more and more and more and more Ukrainian deaths, even though there was a peace agreement on the table 2 years ago that NATO broke up.
Oh, the peace agreement based on the Russian leaked peace plan that would have just turned Ukraine into a Russian puppet state. That one, that piece that was on the table. Lovely. I do love myself that plan, that piece.
You know, I just want to tell a sort of personal, very quick anecdote.
Oh, we
and
love
it's-
those. We love personal anecdotes. We love when war is analyzed through the lens of personal anecdote.
You know, take it for what it is. A friend of my wife, her brother is a Navy SEAL.
Oh, amazing. Okay.
And he's been all over the world training people, right? This
Cool.
was after he was done with active, operations. He went all over the world training people.
Cool.
They sent him to Ukraine. He retired the day he got home. He was like, I'm done. After that, I don't know the guy very well, but he won't talk about it or anything to my wife's friend. So who knows what it really is, but what that says to me is they made him train Nazis, and he's like, no more.
What? What the what? How? Why? How? He retired. A guy I know was sent to train Ukrainians. He went back and he just retired. And what this tells me that he was training Nazis and said no. Of course, that is the most natural conclusion that you could possibly come to. That is the first most rational and reasonable explanation. Of course, like yeah, that is such a natural conclusion to come to. Of course, he must have trained Nazis and said no more. Okay.
I'm done. I can't. You know what I mean? That's wild to me. He was so gung ho about.
It's so wild that you did this story that you've just made up in your head.
That was his life.
That is insane. That is a crazy anecdote. It reminds me.
Yeah, it is. It's almost as if it's total bullshit, isn't it? Wow. Funny how that goes.
The anecdotes of my buddy who was in Afghanistan who yeah, I mean, we know all the stuff that's going on, but when you hear it firsthand from like a US troop, it's like holy shit.
Holy shit.
War. Russia had been employing private military companies like the Wagner Group and training local militia forces like the DPR and LPR in eastern Ukraine. Since invading the country outright,
Yeah, like the DPR and the LPR were only going to fight because of Russia. They were only fighting because Russia trained them, not because Ukrainian Nazis killed 10,000 of their.
Yeah, it's all Ukrainian Nazis, of course. Have I mentioned that Russia said that Poland should be next for denazification?
Their civilians.
Well, this
PMC
is
in
the
this
way
war.
they use language dishonestly, and it drives.
Yeah, you're really gonna be talking about using language dishonestly. Sure. Have at it.
Me out of my mind that they can do that. Like the DPR and LPR didn't exist before Russia.
Right.
You know?
It's so frustrating.
militias have served alongside regular Russian forces, and their losses are staggering.
I'm sorry,
too.
what
The last
didn't
estimate
exist
that came
before
from the
Russia?
Wagner Group before regular.
Before Russia. You can do that. Like the DPR and LPR didn't exist before Russia.
Right.
You know?
It's so
Russia.
right.
Like the DPR and LPR didn't exist before Russia.
What?
Right.
You know?
It's so frustrating.
militias have served alongside regular Russian forces, and their losses are staggering too. The last estimate that came from the Wagner Group, before it dissolved in the wake of the June 2023 uprising, was in the aftermath of the Battle of Bakhmut. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the now deceased leader of the group, claimed that from the start of the invasion to the end of the battle, Wagner lost 22,000 dead and 40,000 wounded. DPR and LPR militias are believed to have suffered a similar amount of casualties.
But he's a dishonest traitor, so his numbers cannot possibly be trusted.
From the war's beginning until the present time. For Ukraine, though, their losses are considerably lower. They're still staggering, considering the country has about 5 times fewer people than Russia. U.S. officials estimate that the Ukrainian armed forces have lost a combined total of about 70,000 dead.
It's much higher than that. I'm not a military analyst, but I believe the actual estimates are closer to 200,000 or 300,000.
I'm not a military analyst. I don't really have any of the so-called evidence. I just go with my gut feelings. And my estimation is it's not 70,000, but about 300,000 about. But I'm no expert, but that's my opinion. Sure.
And of course the Russian deaths are much
lower, of course.
Much lower than that. The DPR and LPR,
of course,
losing 40 to 80,000 people doesn't even make sense. There were a total of 14,000 people who were killed in between 2014 and 2022 in the Donbass war in total. So the idea that since Russia invaded, the DPR and LPR lost, 3 times as many people as they did before Russia intervened in a much shorter amount of time, that just doesn't make logical sense if you're adding up the numbers. These are quite clearly inflated numbers when it comes to Russian casualties and greatly deflated numbers when it comes to the Ukrainian casualties.
Oh yeah, but of course you have no evidence or nothing to back that up, do you?
Which is so sick, because the reason they're doing that is to convince you to be okay with more Ukrainian people dying.
Of course.
At the behest of NATO, which is so...
Oh, yeah, this is all NATO, because it's actually... You see, it's actually Ukraine that in a strange, magical way invaded Russia, you see. Russia sort of just reverse invaded itself through Russia. That's what happened. That is definitely what happened.
So disgusting. I see someone saying here that infographics is obviously, a Fed account. And you may laugh at that and say, oh, commies, you call everything that you don't like the Feds. But Kings and Generals, an account
just... CIA. What is Director Burns not responsible for these days? And even before.
Just like this, that does the exact same kind of content. All of their content is being written by a guy at the NED, the guy who handles the social media relations at the National Endowment for Democracy.
Are you kidding? We all want to be Russian because we all are Russian.
Which is literally just a private version of the CIA.
There we go. Private version. CIA. It's always the CIA. No matter what, it's the CIA.
CIA cutout created to do what the CIA does without being...
There we go. It's just a CIA cutout without having to have CIA directly implicated. But that's basically CIA. It's CIA just runs the world, basically. Just nothing happens without the will of the CIA. Of course. CIA... I'm surprised that the CIA director is not, at this point, just declared King Emperor of the world, since the CIA basically is the omnipresent, omnipowerful force in the world that does everything.
Being directly tied to the government, so the deep state cares deeply about what's going on social media, and they are, Turgut Gambar is the guy's name who does a lot of the Kings and Generals video and works for the NED. A lot of them are openly putting their names on these history videos that,
damn,
not history, they're propaganda videos, posing as history videos.
Oh.
and around 100,000 wounded. These figures are strictly for military casualties, and the death toll for Ukrainian civilians is known with less certainty. It's been confirmed by the United Nations that at least 10,000
Bucha is probably just a lie.
Ukrainian civilians have been killed, with about double that figure wounded. However, even the UN admits these figures are
Let's
likely
also remember
underestimation.
that they were conscripting civilians.
Right, so those numbers have got to be jumbled too.
Yeah.
I also
What do you mean? What the?
know someone from wrestling
What does that mean?
who had to pay the mob too.
What does that mean?
However, even the UN admits these figures are
Let's
likely
also remember
underestimation.
that they were conscripting civilians.
Who else do you conscript to the army? What was that? What do you mean? Let's not forget they were conscripting civilians. What?
Right, so those numbers have got to be jumbled too.
Yeah.
I also know someone from wrestling who had to pay the mob to sneak him out of Ukraine because he didn't want to get drafted. I also know someone from wrestling who had to pay the mob to sneak him out of Ukraine because he didn't want to get drafted, by the way.
Okay.
And the actual civilian casualty
Oh damn, I know someone that dodged the draft. I don't know what this is supposed to demonstrate. I don't know what this is supposed to prove.
He had the money.
Yeah, like thank God he ended up having to pay him like 3 times, like 3 payments of $7,000, which just shows
3 payments of $7,000? Citation needed, I guess.
you. I mean, you're dealing with like criminals at that point to hopefully smuggle you out of the country.
is many magnitudes higher. For example, in regions previously occupied by Russia, like Kharkiv and Chernihiv, Ukrainian police continue documenting previously unknown mass graves. Thousands of Ukrainian civilians have been murdered in mass slaughter events like...
Are all the mass graves just made up? Is that what I'm about to hear? Is Bucha fake?
This. And it's likely that the graves will continue to be found for years to come.
Hold on.
All of their like dumb little South Park animations are like little like skinny dudes, and then the Ukrainian cops are these like they're eddies, right? It's ridiculous the way they're putting.
Oh, so they're just not gonna engage with what's being said in the video. They're just gonna now focus on the aesthetics. Got it.
It is funny.
Understood.
And you should, I mean, just look at some of the video. I mean, I'm not going to say they're all fake or there were no mass graves, but just look at
now it's just going to be aesthetics. Oh, it's also all fake.
These secretly uncovered mass grave videos. There's no real evidence. It's like a 15-second video of some Ukrainian soldiers standing around like a hole. And
yes, the reports on the reports on the mass graves that are given to us are totally just short videos filmed on a phone by randoms. Yeah.
Being like, oh, we found 10,000 of our troops in here and a bunch of children and little dogs and cats. Surely they were killed by Russia, and then the video ends. They won't actually show what they're talking about, but there's tons of allegations of mass graves coming from the far-right ethno-nationalists.
Oh, yeah, of course. Far-right ethno-nationalists that basically have zero power or say in Ukraine right now. Those far-right ethno-nationalists. Jesus Christ. Of course.
No nationalistic Ukrainian military that are quite clearly just propaganda videos pulled out of their ass.
Of course. Naturally.
Yeah, it sounds a little like the crib they showed Elon Musk.
Yes, exactly. That type of thing. Or like the video where they found Mein Kampf in a Palestinian's home and they're like, see? See?
Oh, yeah, it's totally the same, of course. Of course, it's totally the same.
See, they're all Hitler.
We told you.
Are Hitler.
We told you.
You're calling all of them Nazi national... Never mind. Okay.
the third graders are Hitler. We told
Right, it
you
was
they're
like
Hitler.
a brand new copy.
The irony of this statement.
Not a single page dog-eared, nothing.
ferocity and
The irony of this statement.
of fighting, both Ukraine and Russia have dramatically grown the sizes of their militaries. At the beginning of the war,
How many subscribers does this have? 47.1. 2, at least it doesn't have a lot of views.
Russia had about
By
900,000
mercy.
personnel in its army and 435,000 in its Navy, Air Force, Border Service, and National Guard. Since the start of the conflict, the number of personnel in Russian service has almost doubled. Currently, the Russian army has around 1.15 million active duty personnel. There are now about
Oh, I thought there was not even a 100,000 soldiers. Because it's not a full-scale invasion. I thought it was just below 100,000. What happened?
million personnel among
Is
Russia's
he gonna just deny it now?
other branches as well. Recently, Putin ordered another 170,000 active duty soldiers to be added to the overall strength of the Russian army as soon as possible. But how has Russia been able to grow its military strength even as it endures about 15,000 to 20,000 casualties each month? Back in 2022, in the wake of Ukraine's lightning Kharkiv offensive, Putin ordered a partial mobilization of 300,000 reservists. What's important about this is not necessarily the fact that he called up 300,000 reservists, but the fact that he has never canceled the order. Because of this, the reservists have now been mobilized for the duration of the war. Despite pleas from Russian families to send their loved ones home, Putin has made it clear these 300,000 soldiers are there to stay until they are dead or the war is over.
So again, remember, we know people who are paying the mob to sneak them out of Ukraine, allegedly.
Oh no. Some people dodge the draft and are willing to pay for it. That's so... Wow, that sure demonstrates something.
In a video game. I don't actually know that person in real life.
Oh God.
Wink, wink. But the average age of the Ukrainian soldier is now over 40. There are videos...
What do you think the average age of the Russian soldier is, smartass? Are you gonna tell us that? What is the average age of the Russian soldier? Tell us, please. I'm dying to know. I'm really dying to know. Tell us, please. Give us the data. Come on.
Videos in Ukraine of the military or the SBU, the Ukrainian intelligence, pulling people out of their vehicles and dragging them off to be conscripted into the military and to go fight Russia. As NATO and the U.S. is saying to the last Ukrainian, make them fight
What? Are you stupid?
to the last Ukrainian, and their puppet Zelensky is saying the same thing. That's what's going on in Ukraine. They're conscripting old men.
Old men. 40 is an old man. Fuck you.
To go fight because they've run out of people to go fight NATO's war for
Old
them.
men.
Yet Infographics decides to focus on Russian conscription and saying these Russian families are so sad to lose their family members.
Jesus.
But no word on the Ukrainian people. Apparently they're totally okay with their family members going and fighting a pointless, unwinnable war for Joe Biden and NATO.
Sure.
And the worst part is it has always been unwinnable. And Russia...
How do you know that? How do you know that it's always been unwinnable? How do you know that it's unwinnable right now? What makes you say that? Like, give me anything. Give me any source of your confidence that it's unwinnable and that it always has been. They will not. Corazon.
Was offering the most generous peace terms. The agreement that they sent Boris Johnson to Kibosh, right?
Yep.
It was so, you have no idea how generous that was.
Well, then just show us, tell us. Tell us and show us how generous that was. Oh, wait, it's all bullshit. You can't. But we have to believe you on your word that was so very nice and generous. And you're not actually going to present it to us, so...
The only thing not in question...
Are you serious?
Was which region was it? Oh God, it's the port town.
Odessa?
I forget the name of it. I'm bad with names sometimes. But regardless, what's crazy is that this video specifically and everything like it contributes to the sort of mass suicide of the Ukrainian people.
What?
It's like our ruling class is holding a gun up to an entire people's head and making them do this, right? They had a peace agreement. It was there. It was in place. They were ready. And then
Who was ready?
Johnson comes along like, nope, you're going to fight. You're going to keep losing people. You're going to keep being our bullets.
Wait, but Johnson? What does Johnson have to do with?
Basically. And they're at a point now where, think about this, almost an entire generation of men are dead. If they're
Citation needed. I cannot with like a whole machine gun solve of bullshit claim after bullshit claim.
People in their 40s, if that's the new average, what is
the new average? Are you suggesting that the average was different before?
This doing to Ukraine afterwards? It's despicable.
It is despicable, and that's what we've been saying from the beginning. You have these people with Ukraine flags in their bio cheering on the war and calling you a Putin supporter.
Jesus.
You know, if you call out NATO's role in provoking the war, it's like you're cheering on the death of.
And no, I'm gonna go back to a comment that someone made on the page. Where is it? Or is it? Where's the comment on the page that someone made? Jesus. I lost it. I lost the comment. My gosh. Sources are for Ukrainian Nazis, Lucy. That's true. That is true. Because you're a Putin supporter. Oh my gosh. Sure.
More Ukrainians. It's literally NATO has the Ukrainians at gunpoint and they're forcing them to go fight Russia for us. And people think
it has nothing to do with Russia invading, with Russia trying to rebuild its empire. It has nothing to do with how the people that became Ukrainian were treated by Russia before even the US had existed. But that's all irrelevant because countries do not have actually their own autonomy, and peoples do not have self-determination or any agency. It's just all about the US, always, even before US has existed.
they're supporting Ukraine by cheering on this proxy war. It's like, no, you're supporting the death of Ukraine if you cheer on this proxy war.
Mm-hmm.
Whichever comes first. In addition to not letting...
Yeah, because surely if there was peace that gave Russia territory, there would be no death on occupied lands, as how we've observed. No deaths happened. No Ukrainian people were killed ever on occupied lands. No. No torture, no anything. No sexual assault. There totally is not a whole report compiled on sexual crimes done on Ukrainians. There's totally not. There's totally not a comprehensive report on that was recently released. Mm-hmm.
Partially mobilized.
Totally not.
soldiers go home, Russia has not allowed those called up in the annual conscription cycle to go home either. Russia holds an annual conscription drive that brings in several 100,000 unwilling recruits to its military each year. Since the spring of 2022 conscription cycle, no drafted recruits have been allowed to leave the Russian military. Additionally, those Russian servicemen who have signed contracts with the Ministry of Defense have had their previous contracts nullified, so that the Russian forces can keep them in service past the expiration of their enlistment dates. Additionally, because partial mobilization is still in effect, Russia has raised manpower through what is called crypto mobilization efforts. Because Russia can now issue military summonses electronically, a wider net can now be cast to entrap anyone Russian recruiting officers want, and often they target the most vulnerable people in the country. People arrested for petty crimes, immigrants, ethnic minorities.
So this crypto entrapment is just sending people emails. It's contacting them electronically and recruiting them to the military. How about this? How about the country that puts military recruiters in poor and impoverished schools and preys on poor kids growing up with no opportunities in front of them and offers them pay?
Yeah, because typical Russians right now have so much opportunity. Like the world is a typical Russian person's oyster right now with all the war, economy, etc. that Russia's doing. Oh yeah, sure. There's like the Russian dream. There's so much opportunity in Russia for people now. It's amazing. It's crazy.
And healthcare through the military, because that's what we do in the United States. Oh, we got a subscriber. Whoa, our first.
Also, will they mention the draft dodgers of Russians in Sri Lanka and Georgia? No, they will not.
Twitch subscriber. Thank you so much, Simply
That's not what crypto entrapment means, you dipshit.
Linguistic, and every time we get a subscriber, you'll hear "yeah, boy." So that's pretty cool. That's high production value there, folks. But I mean, think of how we recruit people in the U.S. We don't even need a draft because poverty is the draft. You know, anybody who wants poor middle class person who wants higher education is going to have to enter the military to get free college.
Yes, that is an amazing line of analysis. Analyzing a country by actually not analyzing a country's situation at all, and instead pointing to a totally different country and saying, but what about what that country does? Excellent. Okay. Excellent. Wow. That's amazing.
You know, that's why recruiters are in poor and low income high schools, to prey on people who have no other opportunities. All right? But there's nothing wrong with that. But Russia sending people emails to recruit them to the military, that's crypto recruitment. That's crypto fascist recruitment. You're not allowed to send emails. You can only prey on poor kindergartners.
Oh, you should have seen the disgusting ads in my high school, brother. It was horrible. But here's my thing, and I don't know the facts on Russian conscription because I've never had to look into it.
Oh, so you didn't give up. You didn't care enough to even check your thing. Okay, sure.
Because it is absolutely absurd how popular this operation is for the Russian people.
I wonder why. Oh me, oh my. I wonder why. I wonder why it would be so crazy popular. Wow.
And their amount of volunteers, the amount of
citation
mercenaries, etc., is just gigantic. So
if it's gigantic, then how can you say that it's not a full-scale invasion and that there are less than 100,000 people in Ukraine, which you said earlier? You said that it's not a full-scale invasion because less than 100,000 people are in Ukraine. But now you're actually saying that this whole thing is super popular and that an enormous amount of volunteers and people just sign in. So which is it?
The idea that like they're running out of all of these and are forced to conscript more and more people does not add up. I just haven't done the work to sort of understand what they're misrepresenting here.
Don't you love it? Don't you love it when people use the famous argument of it just feels wrong to me, but I just couldn't be bothered to do any work to sort of get to the bottom of this? I just couldn't be bothered. I just couldn't be bothered to do any research when it comes to this. But I know I'm right. I just feel it in my gut. I just feel in my gut. I just feel in my soul that what I'm saying is correct, and I just honestly don't feel like fact checking any of it. Can you blame me? It's hard work. Okay then. Amazing. That's great. That's yeah.
To be able to explain it, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, I just didn't give enough of a crap to look into any of it.
But it's
Yeah,
like,
it's something like
yeah,
90% support or more for the SMO.
Citation needed.
Right, exactly. Like, people are signing up left and right, and the Russian government is paying them very well. So like it's
Very well, huh?
I don't know. It's very strange to me. I would put money on at least some of this being completely made up.
Oh, okay. That's sure.
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
It's a fair bet for sure.
For sure.
And dissenters are all prime targets
For sure.
for recruiting officers. Through coercion and threats of violence, it's estimated that Russia drafts about 20,000 men a month into its military, on top of the conscription drives and volunteer enlistments. Because of this, even though Russia might take 20,000 casualties a month, it can still grow its military, since crypto mobilization efforts alone replace those losses. Ukraine has likewise grown its pre-war military much larger than its original size. At the beginning,
You know why they're calling Russia's crypto mobilization and they're just calling Ukraine's mobilization? Is because Ukraine's is forced conscription. Because like Noah said, 90% of the Russian people support the SMO.
Yes, there were absolutely no volunteers on the Ukrainian side. No whatsoever. No. None.
They've been watching the people in the Donbass, in Lugansk and Donetsk get shelled and have their homes destroyed and have thousands of people killed by the NATO-backed Ukrainian fascist coup government
Oh yeah.
for the last 8 years, and they want to put a
Okay, of course. Oh yeah, I forgot that the Euromaidan was a CIA operation as well, because everything is a CIA operation, including the Solidarity in the 80s. That also was a CIA coup.
stop to it. So you have people who are signing up to join the military without much pressure, with what they're calling crypto recruitment, which is literally just like sending emails and saying, join the Russian military now, or advertising online. And the reason they call it crypto recruitment is, one, to make it sound bad and make it sound scary, but two, because what Ukraine's doing is forced conscription. The Ukrainian intelligence is dragging people out of their vehicles and sending them to the front line to go fight. Literally, there's videos of this. Right?
So there's videos of this. Well, if there's videos, then it must be true. Videos. Wow. Damn, I didn't expect videos. Really? There's videos? Wow. Well, then everything that you say must be true. There's videos. Okay. Videos. Got it.
Come up with their own little word, crypto recruitment or whatever, to try and make it sound like what Russia's doing is worse than what Ukraine's doing, when it's the complete opposite.
Yeah, that's absurd. Absolutely absurd.
Absolutely absurd. But don't expect me to look into any of it. Don't expect me to put any work into what I'm saying.
of the war, the Ukrainian army had about 250,000 service members. Its Navy, Air Force, and territorial
This whole
defense
video
forces
is getting
had about
very boring to
150,000.
me at this point.
True, it's it's just boring video. Boring.
Yeah, I'll go a little longer.
Members combined. Presently, the Ukrainian military has about Zelensky fired every regional recruiting office head earlier in 2023.
See, that's a sign that Ukraine's winning. That's a sign that the SMO is going well. When
This video is not even saying that Ukraine's winning, but sure, whatever. Okay.
Zelensky fires the head of every regional recruiting office, that's just him playing 5D chess. He's like, you know what, we can trick Putin into thinking that we're losing and that we're, in total chaos, and that our country's run by a bunch of corrupt Nazis.
Corrupt Do you have any evidence of this? Or is it another one of these things that you just feel in your gut that is true, and you just could not be bothered to look into any of it. It's incredible. It's just remarkable. It's remarkable just how much
by just firing everybody out of the blue. That's just
out of the
Zelensky
blue
playing a trick on
yeah,
Putin.
it all happened out of the blue. Absolutely.
They're definitely not falling apart.
If they can trick the country that destroyed the Nazis, that they're all Nazis, it'll really throw them for a loop. Eddie.
That will. They've been being pretend Nazis since day one.
What?
Yeah, they're gonna like jump out at the end and go psych like it's in the 80s. You know?
What are you?
That at least a minority of Ukrainian men are not interested in fighting and would rather flee. Estimates for the number.
And someone said there are videos of Telegram now of Ukrainian conscripts fighting the recruiters with axes. Because, you know, as this video, even this video is forced to admit, you know.
Yeah, I heard that there exist videos of Ukrainian axers, golden axe warriors fighting against recruiters. I'm not gonna source it or anything. I haven't confirmed any of it, but you know, it sounds nice, so it must be true, of course.
A minority of Ukrainian men don't want to fight and they're trying to flee. It's not a minority, and they're getting to the point now where...
Yeah, it's not a minority. It's every person, of course.
There's almost nobody left to send to go fight.
There's nobody left in Ukraine. No young men are left in Ukraine. There's literally nobody left. Is that so?
And the people who they are trying to send are fighting back against the recruiters. I mean, they're about ready to mutiny. And Seymour Hersh said that a while back. He said that his connections within the U.S. State Department are telling him that the Ukrainians are literally ready to mutiny if NATO tries to push them any further. But they're winning.
I'll be right back, by the way, brother. My wife is under the weather. I gotta check on her. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll just roll.
I'd be under the weather as well if I had such a husband. No offense.
With this video then.
Of able-bodied Ukrainian men who have fled the country rather than fight vary wildly. Some estimates say as few as 20,000 and as many as 650,000 have either bribed their way across the border, snuck across, or gotten phony exemptions and then fled. However, it should be noted that some estimates show around 1 million Russian men fled their own country after the partial mobilization occurred. Russia has also been forcing society at large to be prisoners within Russia.
There's a chat here.
Mostly by seizing the passports of military-aged men and setting up recruiting offices at border checkpoints. Overall, Russia into
This is just so stupid because it's the same. They're saying that what Ukraine's doing is what Russia's doing in terms of military recruitment. Like, don't tell me that Russia's trapping people within the border and not letting them leave, but Ukraine's not, when I've talked to people who had to pay the mob to sneak them out of Ukraine.
Oh, you've talked to people. That's your source. That's the... Okay, you've talked to people. Excellent. I love it. You've talked to people. Now I'm convinced because you've talked to people. Okay, that's...
Like, obviously Ukraine isn't letting people leave either, and they're actually doing forced conscription. Whereas Russia actually, you know, has a good argument for being involved in this war, whereas for Ukraine, they're...
Oh, Russia is the one that has a good reason for being involved in this war. Ukraine absolutely does not and should just give up, huh?
There's none. It's completely senseless. So you have people who are actually willing to sign up to fight.
Before, the Russian Navy's not been immune to horrific losses either. Since the start of the invasion...
Are we going to be debunking the fact that, I don't know, how, is it 30% of, no, not 30, it's easily above 20% of the fleet that's been destroyed.
The Russian Navy has lost a heavy cruiser, a submarine, a corvette, 4 large amphibious ships.
How are you going to spin this?
And numerous smaller vessels. These losses are more significant.
Not to mention the Nord Stream pipeline. But
oh wow, how you've addressed this whole thing?
Because they were lost against a country without a navy. Each of these losses was inflicted either
how embarrassing
through cruise missiles or remote-operated drones. Even though Ukraine has been dishing out some.
And where'd they get those from? Where'd Ukraine get the cruise missiles and the drones from to take out the Russian Navy?
Actually, it has. I'm pretty sure Ukraine is producing a lot of drones itself now. Ukraine drone production has been like increased.
I wonder. Do you think
Also, what does? Also, what? Why does it matter even?
it was from American weapons manufacturers who are making billions of dollars off of this conflict?
Okay.
I don't know. Hard to say. I don't know if I'm getting the YouTube chat right now. Can someone say something in the YouTube chat?
No,
I
please
feel
don't
like I'm
say
only
anything.
getting the Twitch chat, which is
Oh
odd.
gosh. Oh my god.
I don't know why that would be the case. But if someone wants to say something in the YouTube chat, let me try refreshing it
Of
here.
course.
Alright, I refreshed the chat. Go ahead and say something if you're in the YouTube chat, and I'll see if I can read it. I don't think I'm getting it. Let's go just a little longer with this dumbass video.
Thomas video.
Sailors scuttled their flagship when it appeared Mykolaiv might fail. However, despite these losses, the U.S. and U.K. have already started rebuilding Ukraine's navy through donations of patrol vessels, Coast Guard cutters, and minesweepers. Though some of these vessels have not been delivered yet, with Ukraine regaining control over most of the Black Sea, these security guarantees will help rebuild a new Ukrainian navy. Speaking of security guarantees...
Oh, there we go. Now I'm getting the YouTube chat. Alright, I just had to refresh it. Yo, 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 thank you. Chat is fine, sound is fine. Lit. Yeah, now I can see you. We love all members of Midwestern Marks. Hell yeah. Thank you all. We have 500 people here, so I just want to let you know we've been demonetized on YouTube, so you can become a Twitch.
500 people are watching this bullshit. This cannot be. This cannot be. 500 people. $500. Wow.
Subscriber to help us out.
Wow. 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 500 people watching this live. Okay. All right.
You could send us, I think you could send like gifts on Twitch. We're trying to set up Streamlabs tips soon, so you guys can send us tips and also ask us questions that we can respond to, kind of like we want to replace the super chat function on YouTube. I got to figure that out later. But patreon.com/MidwesternMarks is the best place to support us now. Please join our Discord. The Midwestern Marks link tree has a link to the Discord. I need to add that to the links in our description. But please, please, please join our Discord. We just opened it up to the public. Go to the Midwestern Marks link tree. You can just Google it and join the Discord.
It's just incredible that this sort of content has 500 people watching live.
Ask me questions in there, have access to all our content. Yeah, shout out to all of our Patreon supporters.
Holy crap.
Yeah, let's go with this for a little bit longer. I'm a Patreon. Thank you, Desert Mantis. Badass. Why the F were you demonetized? They haven't told us yet. Google AdSense suspended our account, hasn't told us why for 3 weeks, and YouTube support has been in contact with us, but Google AdSense won't even tell YouTube support why they banned us. So YouTube support can't even do anything for us. Because Google won't tell them what's going on. So it's really frustrating, but adapt and overcome. Follow us on Patreon. And yeah.
Though both sides have lost a ton of equipment, there have been a few gains for both. Starting with Russia, despite losing most of its ability to build complex weapon systems like missiles, aircraft, tanks, and ships, it has invested in other weapon systems to give it an edge on the battlefield. One of these main systems it appears Russia has an edge over Ukraine in is its electronic warfare systems. Due to the proliferation of drones and Western-provided GPS-guided munitions, Russia has realized it cannot have any hope of surviving, much less winning this war, without advanced electronic warfare capabilities. Details remain scarce from the battlefield, but there have been increasing numbers of reports that Russia now has about one electronic warfare system for every 10 kilometers on the front line. These systems are not only numerous, but have started to have an impact on the battlefield. Ukrainian commanders report that these systems are destroying large numbers of unsophisticated drones, hampering communications, and causing increasing numbers of HIMARS rockets and Excalibur artillery.
So now he's gonna just quietly agree with everything. Anything that praises Russia is just gonna amazing. Just gonna
to miss their targets. In addition to Russia's increased electronic warfare prowess, it's also blanketed
so now the video is accurate and correct. Okay.
Ukraine skies with mass-produced Shahed suicide drones. These Iranian-designed one-way attack drones are meant to destroy targets at a fraction of the cost of an expensive cruise missile. Russia also has been employing large numbers of Shahed drones to both.
I like how they call them suicide drones just because they're Iranian. Isn't that a nice
Oh my God! Really?
little piece of propaganda? Like the
Oh yeah, sure.
U.S., shoots cruise missiles at people and definitely has drones that just fly into things and blow them up. But when they're Iranian, they're suicide drones because we have to make the Iranians seem like a bunch of crazy suicide bombers
You're so
or
stupid.
crazy jihadists.
Yeah, and no joke, that
so
has a
stupid.
little bit of a racist undertone to it.
A little bit?
Drones are something that you can control, so you could bring them back. And these are suicide drones because they're not supposed to come back. Like,
just a wee little tad.
of course.
Jesus effing Christ, that's crazy.
Crazy.
Suicide.
It's
I don't know about these.
I always think the language of imperialism's fascinating. Like we have governments and Iran has a regime.
God, are these people stupid? Yeah, again, ironic, considering that you call the government of Ukraine the Nazi coup regime.
Russia has a regime. Their drones are
It's all
suicide
about-
drones. Ours are just, drones or cruise missiles.
Yeah, it's all about creating a negative emotional response in people with target words, right? And you attach negative connotations to certain words, and then you use them in conjunction with your political enemy. It's literally what the Nazis began doing en masse. And our ruling class picked it up from the Germans. And it works incredibly well. To this day, I can explain precisely the Soviet government system. And people will go, that's amazing. What is that? And I go, that's communism. And they go,
Holy shit. Oh.
no, communism's evil.
Yeah, these conversations totally happen. I mean, I don't know, maybe in the US, but this is incredible. This is just incredible.
It's that subconscious emotional sort of knee-jerk, response.
It is. When
500 people watching this garbage.
you talk about explaining how the Soviet government worked, and
I can't believe Shaggy is a Marxist-Leninist. Well, that is what happened when the Mystery Incorporated just dissolved into the wind.
people saying they like it. My favorite is people who
Shaggy.
say like, well, I'm a communist, but I'm not like an authoritarian tanky communist. I think we should have workers' councils set up where workers can, report and make decisions, and they can elect leaders to represent their workplace. And you're like, oh, you mean like the Soviets? I mean, like, present their workplace where workers can, you know, report and make communists. I think we should have workers' councils set up where workers can, you know, report and make decisions, and they can elect leaders.
Yeah, the workers totally made all the decisions in the Soviet Union. Totally. Just like in Poland, there was the satellite of the Soviet Union. In Poland, the workers totally made all the decisions as well. Of course.
Represent their
naturally
workplace, and you're like, oh, you mean like the Soviets? You mean like the Soviet government that you're basically describing right now is your ideal system?
But no, I'm a council communist.
Right.
You didn't know that?
They can't be Soviets. They have to be councils. That's a less authoritarian name.
Because it's all about worker control, which is just so vague and silly. It's all this like sort of abstractions, like the way Marx talked about metaphysical thinking is this is how they sort of think their way out of the real world, right? They change the language to describe things in ways until you're no longer talking about a real thing. And that's what I mean, I don't want to get into like a whole thing while we're on this video, but the ultras of that period were doing that with nations, and that's why Stalin is so important for understanding that materiality.
True. You reminded me, Noah, when you're talking about the definitions of the Vaush Champion Spotlight video. Are you tired, or did you want to retry that one now that we have this set up?
Holy crap, they're going to go back to this.
I am getting real tired, and I got work early tomorrow.
Thank
brother.
you.
I know. It's
Thank you for graciously saving us from this crap.
Our triumphant return, but yeah.
No, I understand. I'm probably going to keep the stream going for a bit, though, if you don't mind, since we have so many people in here.
No, I mind. Absolutely not.
All right, I'll shut it down, and then I'll go jump out of my window, head first.
Thank you. I really appreciate the
Yes, that is correct. So, hat Monty.
support.
That's
brother.
what I'm here for.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah, of course. By all means. I'll stick around a little longer though.
Okay. Did you want to keep playing this Ukraine video, or did you want to go to the...
I want to go to anything but this Ukraine
Yeah,
video.
same. All right, let's try this one again. Since
Oh
we have
God,
this set
they
up
are going to go through the League of Politics crap.
now, and you're gonna think this is the funniest shit you've ever seen. I
Oh,
was really I was shocked when you weren't laughing earlier, but now that I know that you couldn't hear anything, that makes a little bit more sense. But so in League of Legends, the people you play as are called champions. And there's this really popular channel that does champion spotlights that talks about the moves that every champion has and their abilities and blah, 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 video game
Blah,
stuff.
blah, blah,
But
video,
someone
yeah.
made a fake champion spotlight of Vaush. And we played this earlier
Vaush.
in the stream, but it relates to what Noah's talking about in terms of postmodernism and what Noah's been calling definition mongering. I mean, it fits really perfect. It's quite interesting. And this is just a really hilarious video, so...
Politics Champion Spotlight.
They are watched by 500 people live, apparently.
Featuring Vaush, the Horse Lord.
Why do people wear gloves? It's obvious that my hands are cold.
Vaush is one of the 3 major champions that were released as part of the legendary Political Streamer Expansion Pack, which has since dominated the meta in League of Politics. He is a very powerful, dedicated tank, with a number of abilities that allow him to absorb tons of damage, drama, and general controversy. Let's take a look at what
Pause
this...
it, please.
Sorry.
Oh, you missed it. It was just I needed to see.
The hair.
Not just the hair, the everything. The everything. Go on. I apologize.
He really is. He's just a... I hate to bring the guy up all the time, but he's a caricature of everything we talk about on this show. Everything that's wrong with the left.
Like, this could be one of Joe's cartoons he drew for us.
It could. They're really good.
Take a look at what this hoofed hero can do on the Rift. Vosh hails from the most elite and wealthy parts of the upper city in Piltover. As a youth, Vosh witnessed the steep inequality between the citizens of the upper city and the disenfranchised denizens of the undercity known as Zon. Driven by his deep sense of compassion, Vosh became a socialist, courageously championing the plight of the poor and dispossessed without ever actually doing anything to help them.
That might have just been a knock at socialism. I don't know if it was supposed to be, but it was hilarious because it's true of Vaush.
his quest for glory, Vosh befriended a magical goblin called Destiny. But after an unfortunate dispute over a member of Destiny's harem, Vosh struck out on his own to conquer the rift for himself. Vosh's passive is weapons-grade autism. Considered by many to be the ultimate double-edged sword, this ability grants major boosts to Vosh's rhetorical abilities.
Hyperfixation has always been my most predominant autistic characteristic, I suppose, like dropping everything to hyperfixate on something. For me, it was public speaking, which I obviously enjoy very much and now get to do for a living, so, you know, that worked out pretty well in my favor.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
The cost of such a powerful passive should not be underestimated, though. Without trying to deflect, this passive makes it difficult to read social cues from teammates and to avoid making optically unsound arguments.
And I hate to pull this out, because this sounds like some invalid self-defense, but I am autistic.
I'm a lot better at making arguments than I used to be. I'm a lot less... I don't know, I'm not trying to deflect. I'm a lot less autistic than I used to be. I don't know.
Vosh's Q is literally a fascist. Vosh targets an enemy champion and accuses them of being a fascist, dealing a moderate amount of true damage.
It is in...
I don't know, did he ever accuse me of being a fascist in our debate? I don't think he did. He never used his Q literally a fascist on me.
That's...
I feel like he uses it tactically, right? To the people that would just crack up laughing, I don't think it would have much success, you know?
Right. I should have reversed it on him. I should have been like, wait. Are you literally supporting Ukraine right now? You're literally a fascist, my guy. That's my Vaush impression. That's how he debaes.
By the way, saying my
That's
guy
great.
just irritates the shit out of me.
500 people are watching this crap.
My God.
500. Why?
Vosh doesn't need to itemize for armor penetration or provide
Why?
any evidence.
Why can't I? Sorry, I was trying to pause that.
How can
I
this
feel
be happening?
you though, especially when Vaush says it.
Okay.
He'll use slang sometimes. Like one time I heard him say, "Blood is trifling." I'm like, dude, you are so white. Please stop.
So I...
As long as they disagree with Vosh, they are vulnerable to this highly spammable ability.
It's from conservatives. People who are often fascists. You're a fascist! Lil Vosh, you really saying Peterson's a fascist? Yeah. No matter what she personally believes, she covers for fascists. I don't even know if he's a Nazi. He's definitely an anti-Semite.
Vosh's W is postmodern parry. Vosh enters a defensive stance.
Alright, Noah, this is the one I want you to see. This is definition mongering. Vaush's move, postmodern
Vaush.
parry, perfectly describes Noah's new concept of definition mongering. This is exactly it right here.
It's Vaush.
Ignoring all incoming damage from the next enemy attack. First, Vosh spends a few seconds channeling the power of moral relativism.
Whereas a moral anti-realist is of the opinion that there's no such thing as an epistemically objective morality, but they're objectively right or wrong in the framework of an intersubjective set of moral principles.
Once he's uttered the incantations, Vosh then puts his postmodern magic into practice, granting him invulnerability against even the most basic of facts.
But let's just use the example of water. Maybe we could agree that water is H2O. That was true even before we knew about chemistry.
This
it was
isn't
H2O.
true.
I'm sorry?
This isn't true.
That water has not always been H2O?
Yeah, all you have to do is cross the Mexican border. And over there, it's aqua. That's H2O, not water.
Aqua means water. Aqua is water.
It's a different term.
Actually, it's agua. It's not aqua, right?
And we're referring to terms and definitions here.
No, I'm referring to water. The stuff that fills lakes and rivers.
The stuff that
talking
fills
about the word.
many things fill lakes and rivers.
Okay.
Vosh's E
You see why I wanted you to watch this now? It's the best example of definition mongering I've ever seen. And he says that the Spanish word for water is aqua when it's agua.
How could he? How could... What? That's horrible. Damn. I don't think I'm gonna be able to sleep tonight. Not after what I've just heard.
He's trying to be like well, actually, you know, like, he gets it so stupidly wrong.
It's the best clip I've ever seen, dude.
Is it the best clip you've ever seen?
I had never seen that one before this video.
Oh, and the smothering look on his face is just priceless while he's doing it. It's amazing. And the guy's like, oh, God, come on.
He's like, okay, boss. Postmodern jibber jabber.
Right? Oh, my God. And by the way, you wouldn't even need to cross the Mexican border. Plenty of people speak Spanish here, and they know that water's always been H2O. Jesus Christ. Like that, it's that abstracting it based on the words or the sounds our mouths make and making that the content of what you're talking about.
God, those people are stupid. I don't really have any other comment aside from that. Just speechless.
Rather than the substance. That's definition mongering. You're absolutely right, brother.
And the professor's trying to say there is a concrete substance that is water that exists outside of our understanding of water. You know, we use abstractions though to talk about the concrete, and Vaush just uses postmodern jibber jabber to get away with that, which is his debating technique. Like in our debate about Ukraine, I would just list fact after fact after fact, and you'd be like, hold on. You know, and try to
fact after fact, just like in this video. Have you listed fact after fact after fact in this video as well? Is that what happened? Is that truly what happened? You've listed fact after fact.
Abstract away from the facts of the matter, using jibber jabber, and I mean that's one of the times when the infrared community started using the word jibber jabber a lot. Was after that Vaush debate, I remember.
It's an incredibly apt word.
It is. It's perfect.
Perfect.
Is equestrian eros. Vaush whinnies loudly, tapping into his deep love and affinity for the animal kingdom.
You can write this down. I want to f the woman as a horse.
After transforming into a glorious stallion.
To transform into a glorious stallion. I mean, like, if that's true, and that's how you feel, okay, fine, I won't begrudge you that, but why? Why say that publicly? Why release that information into the public that you fantasize about being a horse? I mean, I guess if you've leaked your folders, you have to, but...
Because your views are dipping? I don't know. I will begrudge you that, actually. I will say that, no, you are a sick individual that genuinely has something wrong with you in your head. Besides your self-diagnosed autism.
What do you mean self-diagnosed? He's medicated. I'm pretty sure Vaush is taking medication for his autism. It's not self-diagnosed. What? Okay, sure.
By the way, can we say the sexual assault word? I don't know if that's terms of service or whatever.
Just make up a little replacement.
Yeah, what
word.
he's saying is he wants to commit a crime and violently force himself on a woman as an animal.
That's
because
true.
a woman is not consenting to this. Ever.
That's true. It is probably rooted in that, and that's, I mean, where you get with Vaush, where he tries to abstract away from the reality of his own sexual proclivities, you know, like, oh no, it's only lolly, it's only drawn stuff. That doesn't mean I'm actually attracted to
move on, please.
13-year-olds or whatever.
God.
It's disgusting. It is what it is. And here's my thing, like the fixation on it is
people like
Entire week after I
think
majority
can whittle down a
No, they put our boy Second Thought in there with Vaush. Come on, how could you compare JT to Vaush? They are not similar people.
True, Second Thought is just a clown.
JT actually reads. He's actually developing and actually cares about people.
You clearly don't.
Even, yeah.
by spamming literally a fascist over and over again. If he overextends, Equestrian Eros grants Vosh horse-like mobility to escape any incoming ganks. But be careful when this ability is on cooldown, as Vosh has no other strong escapes, and his weapons-grade autism makes it difficult for him to travel.
Why are you so lazy? It's not a laziness thing, man. Travel makes me fucking queasy. It makes me sick. I feel like depressive the entire week after I fucking hate travel. I've always hated travel. Why? Literally autism.
Vosh's kit makes him very good at countering enemy carries. He can tell a spellcasting sorcerer like J.K. Rowling to literally shut the F up without suffering any damage from accusations of misogyny.
I'll just lay out my points right here, okay? I think that the people who are hand-wringing over this are borderline defending J.K. Rowling by implication. So the people who are fretting over this are essentially siding with the transphobes, either because their optics or civility politics are in a very liberal fashion, or because they hate me so much
it's getting
that
bigger.
They have to adopt any position which allows them to condemn me.
Despite the hyper-progressive nature of his kit, Vosh...
God, I cannot believe this. 500 people watching.
Is capable of making some base takes when postmodern parry is on cooldown and he's forced to use common sense.
Quit making pride, quit making the existence of gay people a sex thing. Isn't that the progressive argument? That teaching kids sexuality isn't the same thing as exposing them to sex? Isn't that the whole argument we make? Kids should go to Pride. It should be a cool thing it should be a block party with cotton candy. It should be a community fair. If you want a kink thing, go to a private venue.
It's also important to remember that the majority of Vosh players are severely autistic teenagers, so while it's easy to
Yeah, I would not be surprised if those two were transphobic as well.
write off Vosh as a bottom-tier champion, one should not forget the valid reasons so many people like to play him.
Listen, you have to understand.
See, this is actually a good point, too, and this is why I don't give up on any of Vaush fans, and we have a lot of former Vaush people in our audience.
That is so depressing that I don't even know what to say to that.
You know, and it's like we criticize this guy all day and say that he's everything that we dislike about liberalism and the fake left, but you know, it's totally fine if you fell into that trap, if you fell for his rhetoric. You know, he does have good rhetoric. He's a good rhetorician. He's a good public speaker. He knows how to talk. He knows how to manipulate people.
Okay.
Right? And that's why we're waiting with open arms when you're ready to actually learn about Marxism and actually learn about changing this system that we're all trapped under, in this system that's destroying the planet and is anti-human in the way that it functions. Thank you, Liz Allen, for subscribing to the YouTube. Make sure you subscribe and turn notifications on if you haven't already. Thank you so much.
Vaush is anti-human.
And since we are currently demonetized with Google AdSense not even telling us why, if you want to help support us, check us out.
Case that's slowing things down for us and stuff for that's on.
It's going to cause problems for everyone, you know? You're just trying to make it as good as you can.
Okay, that's amazing. That's great. Thank you. So I guess we're done with this. Yeah, that was a video. That is those are the arguments of people that are pro-Russia in the war. Those are the pro-Russian arguments. Those are the strong, brave intellectuals that provide amazing arguments. That's amazing. Well, thank you. I've been streaming for about 6 hours, I think. I'm a bit tired. I have new things to do, so I will excuse myself now, and I'll see you, I guess, tomorrow. Oh, good night. It was beautiful. Well, it wasn't, but you know what I mean. Good night, love and solidarity. We love our non-binary siblings. Bye. I'm very highly discouraged by this course of events. Good night.